Yo. Let's see how this is doing. Probably should put on headphones too. What is up, people? Let me get a few of these up. Oh. All right. Okay, I'm gonna pull up a couple of these. Ooh. What is that art? Oh, that's sick. Okay. I'm trying to see if people have tagged them. There we go. Alright, so Pablo's asleep, but he'll catch the stream VOD, I'm sure. Sorry about the late one. I was really trying to get rid of a headache all day. Okay, then we've got another one, so we got 3 up now. Hey, there's Jax. And I am really thankful to see there's quite a few people that are submitting point crawls, which is interesting. Here we go. Okay, Temple of the Fallen Stars. Go. Eternity's Scorn. Lake Under Moonlight. Y'all are rocking it with the naming. These titles are sick. Okay. Blancos is so funny. Phenomenalopolis. Phenomenal Polis. All right, maybe that's the way it works. And he's doing a point crawl. Okay, we'll save that one. I don't know if we'll be able to get to it super soon tonight, but yeah. There's no video on the YouTube side of things. Have I turned it on yet? What? Oh, you mean the starting soon screen? No, not yet. Yeah, not yet. I'm trying to get these pulled up. All right, let's see. So we got Rue in here. So Rue, since I'm seeing your name in the chat, let's pull up yours first so if you need to get to bed, we can get you to bed. Plus, great cover art on this. Hey, everyone. I know. Woo, hey, everybody. Oh, yeah, are we suggesting things? We're kind of going through, looking at how well it adheres to the 5-room dungeon structure, kind of give some pointers as to what may or may not work really practically. Mostly trying to get a sense of like what the usability, utility of the thing is whenever it actually gets to the table, right? There's a couple different things that I kind of look at personally as a designer, and you know, my tastes are different than a lot of people's. So you know, I'm looking for things that are hitting the kind of classic dungeon crawler vibe, but also like if they're doing something that's interesting, evoking, you know, kind of a different way I'm thinking about dungeon crawling, then like I also try to point that out too. And yeah, everybody. So like, how are we doing? I hope that I should probably be putting on way more chill beats. This is, oh yeah, this is from Borderlands. Yo. Okay. So let's get right into it. And by the way, the takeaway doc. Takeaway doc. Just put the kids to bed. Hey. Still making the maps. You're all good. All right. There we go. Okay. This is Eternity's Scorn. What a name. Lore Master Rue. Okay. Yeah, first off, great application right here on the cover. I don't know if this is stock art or something else you might have done, but like, I feel like this is a blend of two different images in here, maybe, and this looks fantastic. Yeah, really, really great. The I think we could. There's even some tips that like I would drop on like layout wise. Oh, hey, what up, kid? Oh, you just finished the Daggerheart playtest. Oh, right on. The thing on doing layout for your covers. I'll give you guys a tip real quick here. This is a thing that's helped me out. We won't go on a huge side tangent on this or anything, but it's just going to be like, hey, whenever you're getting your covers out there, there's a couple different like principles to kind of apply, at least that we know have worked out really well in graphic design, right? So as always, feel free to do your own thing, but this is a thing that has really helped out quite a bit. And I mean, I know helping to get my titles out there. If you look at any of my stuff, like over on the DMs Guild or whatever, I apply these principles all the time. So here's just a bit of help, okay? I'm gonna go over here, start a new file, and I know it's not up here yet. I'll get that all set up whenever that's ready to go. Okay. Okay, so this is just gonna be on an 8.5 by 11, okay? I'm just working on this in Photoshop right now. A couple different principles. I'm gonna go up here, go to guides, new guide layout, and this is fine if I'm working with a bleed. That's probably what I had this set for last time I was working on this. Doesn't matter what color you pick here, honestly. Okay, so I'm gonna get rid of those margins. Okay, so there's a little thing called the rule of thirds. We are naturally drawn to looking at images in blocks of thirds, right? So we like to see like cover, title, yada yada yada. Main subjects of focus is going to hit one of these points right here, right? I hope that looks okay on the stream. I know the cyan here. Let me go to red actually, see if that looks a little bit stronger, right? So we like to look at one of these points right here for information. And another thing with that is like these blocks also count as thirds. So what I actually like to do is instead of doing the 3 and 3, I like to do 6 and 6 like this. I know that if any of my focal points are hitting any of these points right here, typically good practice, right? So what I'll do is go up here. Let's say here's where my title is going to be, right? You said Eternity's Scorn. Okay. I know that's in white. We'll get that looking good. Yeah, sorry. I know Photoshop, this is doing one of those weird. Okay, snap, thank you. I try to also keep it within these thirds, like this right here, right? I still know you can't see it. Let me just pull up a piece of like cover art to kind of throw on it, you know? And that will at least give you a point of what I'm talking about. Come on now. Adobe, anytime you want to load up my libraries. Adobe, this is not a great showpiece for your fucking software right now. Is the lounge open for this stream? Oh, yeah, here, the only problem I've had with the lounge is that it cancels out the music, but if you're gonna hop in, dude, let's do that. And alright, I'm in the lounge, Ked. Why is this not opening?
I can't see.
Hey, what up, Ked? Hang on one sec. Weird. You want to introduce yourself? Let the people know who you are.
Do I have to?
Oh no, I guess you don't.
Yeah, okay. I am QED. I sometimes come on here to try to get him canceled, and he hates me, and he kicks me a lot. But other than that, it's good times. You can check out my YouTube channel. It's the same name. You can any social media. Just find me as KedHub. I don't think anyone else has that weird ass name. And I do RPG stuff, a lot of Cypher stuff, but various RPGs. And I'm releasing my own. It's on my Ko-fi shop for Void Home. It's a very heavily modified version of the Cypher system, and that is me. I'm just a pain in his ass.
We were just looking at Void Home last night. It was one of the ones we were talking about with like sci-fi layout and map layout and everything for everyone in chat who's like, who is this weird sounding foreign man? See, I do a pretty good job of getting myself canceled. All right, here we go. Okay, so it just turned out that was actually because I had the text box actually highlighted, it wasn't opening up my libraries. So I went and I grabbed a piece by like Dean Spencer just to show here, all right? Let's say, I don't know, this is going to be like Goblin Raid, Goblin Raid Chaos, I don't know, something like that, right? Okay, so with this already, like we can see that the image kind of feels production ready in a sense. I mean, there's not enough covers on like Drive-Thru RPG or like the DM's Guild that follow this kind of principle anyways. But I mean, this is stuff that they teach you in college for that. So we'll go for like, oh, I don't know, what's a fancy looking, but not quite ostentatious font. I know that, okay, I want to encourage people resist a couple temptations here. There's a couple fonts that you might think look very fantasy, but don't really read well as a cover. I would really encourage people to stop using Algerian regular. It's this one right here.
Oh, yeah.
I see this one everywhere, and it looks bad every time. It is too over-designed. The additional outline stroke, or whatever, what would you call this, Ken? That additional like shadow.
It's almost like a built-in drop shadow outline thing. It's too much detailing. You can do that with effects if you really want to do something that'll look better.
Yeah,
it's too much detailing in the base font.
There's always, take everything I'm saying with that grain of salt. Do your own your own style, your own taste and whatever. But in all honesty, these are principles that like we have learned. Hey, this just doesn't generally look all that great. I feel like maybe Adobe updated, and thank you. I'm going to try to adjust the spacing between them to make sure that this is all like the title. So yeah, Algerian, not a great font to use. I'm not even going to really bring up Comic Sans. It's been so memed that it's like typically you want something that is bold, that is very clear and easy to read. And there's a couple other tricks I'll show you here for the covers that will help make it pop a little bit more. There are.
I would like to add one thing. Just because you find a font on the internet does not mean it's free to license.
Yep. That is another big deal. There are plenty of fonts that I have on here that I use for like personal use or whatever that I haven't actually bought and licensed. If you have not licensed the font, you very much should. Okay. Now, if it's one from like Google fonts are generally free to use commercially or like personally, always be sure to check in on that stuff and make sure that it says, hey, you can use this. Ones that I know that I'm getting for a project that I'm going to make money off of, always license.
Yep.
Yeah. So I don't know. We're just going to do this right here, right? This is on the upper third. Here we go. I'm looking to see right now, maybe I could move some of the faces or action points around to kind of like line up on these thirds, right? So I've got his face right here. I've got this goblin up here. There's a goblin right down here that's on this third. This goblin right here is on this third. This is a great cover image, actually, because everything, there is a point happening on a third everywhere. I don't know if Dean did that intentionally or not, but like my bet is that he did, because the dude is one of the top like stock cover artists. Like,
I know you've got mixed feelings about him in some ways, but he's a really good artist.
To me more so it's just a matter of like it's so overused on a lot of stuff because he is that good that I just don't really use Dean Spencer stuff much anymore, because once you see it on a cover it feels like everyone else has kind of seen it. But going over here, I also like to elevate the contrast a little bit. Check with the license on the artist to see if you can do that. This is one of the things I hit up Dean Spencer about a couple years ago, and he was like totally cool with it at the time. But that I don't know, that could have just been for me. Check with your okay, so already we've got some work going in on here to get this looking good. You can see I've got another third right here that conveniently makes a lot of sense for like a third level adventure. Okay. Let's just bring that down. Again, use just like common sense where things seem to like what fonts make sense. But guidelines are fantasy. Serif fonts do look good. Know that they can get a little bit busy. Bold on your covers. Like, keep your covers bold. If it's way too thin, it just doesn't really attract the attention. People are going to find it insufferably hard to read, and they're just not going to pick the thing up. Let me see here.
Like, I won't go into the details, but there is like basically someone figure out the math for it of how bold something has to be depending on the contrast ratio of your text versus the busy background or something like that, which is why you can have thin text if it's like black and white. But if there's a picture, that's why you have to have there's like an actual like mathematical value in like how thick the text should be.
Yeah. Let's get this up here. I want to make that spacing even between those. And then let's do this. Group that together. And I'm going to actually give this what's called a drop shadow. So the drop shadow kind of highlights the text in a way because it's, a shadow behind it. If you ever see any of my covers that have like white lettering, this is basically on every single one of them. I just think it helps it to pop. I don't really have any set guidelines on how I do this. It's more so just like drop shadow, kind of eyeball it and make sure it's not too distracting on the background. In this one, now we have, this is actually popping as a title. This right here is our subtitle, right? Let's do this. And then for whatever we would need this for, we have our lower third here. I can put like, right? Like there's my name. And I try to keep it all sort of bound within, I try to keep my text, you see, kind of within these boundaries right here. Bingo, bango, right? And then whenever we take this off, boom. Hey, what do you know? Like we have a cover, right? So that's like one way to do it. That's not exactly like the end all be all way. I do like, there's another style that I've been seeing quite a lot of, particularly if you have a, like kind of a busy wilderness scene, or let's just say like, here's our, sure, this is going to be our adventures, cover. This is just some piece from like Adobe. All right, so let's get these back on. Well, as soon as we deselect that, thank you. Okay. Sure, show that. And then, so even still, this is still looking like a cover. I like, Yeah, but I have seen some people are opting for this kind of a look, which I kind of like. Here, let's do, this is a left align, or at least it should be. I think Adobe just did an update and it completely reset my workspace.
Awesome.
I know, right? More of a pitch for Affinity, I guess.
Adobe, like, as much as I'm harsh on Adobe sometimes because I like Affinity for various reasons, Adobe does have some toys that Affinity does not.
What I mean, do you have any off the top of your head that you're like, yeah, this one?
Ignoring the AI bullshit, of course.
Right.
Like there's some other things, especially in the vector programs and in Illustrator. There's a couple of things that Designer doesn't have, like turning. It's not so great at turning a picture into a vector graphic, where Illustrator is much better at that.
Oh, you mean image tracing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like in Illustrator, you can just click a button and you can just turn a black and white image into a vector, and it's fairly decent. It's gotten a lot better over the years. Affinity is starting to introduce things like that, but those ones, I mean, it takes time to build that stuff up, right?
Right. Let's see. This is this looks like a siege of I don't know, Red Thorn Bridge. I'm just okay, that's a bit too long. Oh god, this looks like a builder thing. The abandoned, I don't know, watch post. That's such a boring title, but so as you can see, this is another way that I've seen some people be doing covers. This is interesting to have it sort of in the middle like this, going with a, you know, not the, I guess, traditional up on top sort of like novel sort of cover. There's a few games that have kind of bucked this trend in a way, but even if you look at like Merkborg, that title is taking up at least like the upper third. That's the entire upper third. There's, I mean, almost the upper half, you know. Let me see here. Okay. Here's another one. So you want to be a game master. That's the entire upper third, you know. So try to focus on stuff like that, where this is all happening up there in your top banner, because that's the place that we're all conventionally drawn to be looking at for our covers, right? Again, hey, if you have ideas that you're like, well, I'd like to do this instead, go for that instead. You know, like you do you. But
I mean, for my book, I like mine's actually on the bottom part because for a psychological reason, because it's supposed to be dark and you're supposed to feel uncomfortable. I flipped it because it's not where your eye wants to go.
Yeah. There's also like, I do like white on white on color. It's easy. It tends to always just sort of look good, and I don't have to think about it too much. And I do understand that there's people that maybe they would like to go with a different color for a different vibe or something. Usually default to white, but unless you have like a lot of solid colors going on, like if this was a very, very, very heavily like red or something, then maybe I'll opt for a different color. A lot of I think like the Elric books kind of swap this around a couple times. But yeah, just general best practices. Try and find a font that isn't incredibly busy. Anything that has those extreme details like that, extreme swatches, glyphs, whatever, it might look cool and you might think that really evokes fantasy. But in all honesty, like if you think like this looks too much like a video game or something like that, people are still going to get it. All right. Like people are still going to be drawn to covers like this. Look for something that's going to draw the eye, you know, but still like maintain a generally light cognitive load, I guess we'll say, on your cover. But yeah,
depends what you're going for too. Which RPG is it where it's like it's basically just a yellow smiley face? Like the entire cover is just like a smiley face. Like it's super simple. I'm trying to remember which one that is.
I'm not entirely sure, to be honest.
I can't remember, but like there was something about its simplicity that made it stand out.
I don't know, chat. If anyone in chat knows,
I can't remember it.
There's, I mean, like, okay, you want to know, like, one of the RPGs I think has some of the best graphic design right now, and then we'll get back in on this one. I keep pulling this one up, but for real, it's like I think that this one deserves study just as much as like Merkborg does. Here you go, Bastards. So, Bastards graphic design is pretty fucking top notch. It's simple. Merkborg's is very flashy and tries to be very in your face with it, like a punk magazine, right? I'll pull up the PDF for Bastards. This is in the complete opposite direction, where they tried to go simple, clean, like Kingdom Hearts, you know? Let me pull this up.
The only reason Morkborg's layout works and is okay is because there is actually very little information in the book.
Yeah.
If you have an RPG that has any more information than that small amount, that layout would have been a nightmare.
Yeah.
It would be unreadable and unusable.
I have this one zit on the top of my head that I'm like, oh no, come on, cover that up. That's fucking gross. It just stands out right on camera, huh? Yeah,
Gross.
Hair's not going to cover that. Well, okay, here we go. Da-da-da. Okay, so this is the pearlescent edition of Bastards, right? Look at that. Oh, wow, they went and broke basically every rule I just tried to teach you right there, right? White cover color on the lower third of it, right? So we still see they're applying the principle of thirds, but it's like defying what's conventional. A lot of Bastards vibe is essentially a big fuck you to like Wizards of the Coast in a way. And like copyright law. I mean, if we're being real, a lot of this system is, or at least so insofar as what I've seen with the like adventures, a lot of it is trying to figure out ways to sort of like elbow the like exclusive ownership of official materials and whatnot, or even the older materials, really. So Bastards is a super light load system, and a lot of the adventures that you'll see for it, some of them are, I talked about like the bastardized version of Peak of Woe. It's White Plume Mountain, right? They have like the Vault of Doom, that's Tomb of Horrors, you know. So they're doing what they can to free up some of this old content that WotC's just like kind of butchering right now, or they're just not really taking the opportunity to like sort of revitalize it, I guess is what you could say. You did what Mystery Voice is talking about. The title of your jam is on the bottom third because it's meant to be uncomfortable. Oh, gotcha. Mystery Voice, that's Ked.
I'm mysterious.
Yeah, I know, right? So here we have very simple one column. Look, like every single page is telling you here's what that thing does, you know. They went with pink and black, which like stands out a lot on white, you know?
Yeah.
Very, very simple layout decisions were made all over this thing. Is this Times New Roman?
Similar to it if it's not.
This looks like it is Times New Roman. Wow.
That is a middle school grade like report.
But it doesn't look bad.
No.
It's just clean. Like, you know? Oh, hell yeah, you're the cipher guy.
Yeah, among other things, but yeah, I like my cipher. But there's one of the complaints I'd had over years is like, I like that the production value of books has gone up. That's really cool. But I think people are thinking that things have to be too reliant on fancy art pieces and super fancy layouts. And because like new people in the genre, for those of us that have been playing for decades, and we remember the books just being like mostly text, like you don't need the pictures.
That is a mostly modern thing. This layout triggers you. I mean, this is clean. You know, the use of Times New Roman is a choice. But I think I can't help but feel like this is all very intentional. You know, this is all like we're going for something that is like we want it to look good, but at the same time, like we're fine with it feeling what's the right word for this? Like it is a light load system, and this is a part of what we're trying to do with that. A part of what I'm trying to do with Vagabond as well is make it to where like whenever people see the game, they aren't intimidated into thinking I couldn't make third party stuff that would look as good as this. Like, and what I mean by that is like I'm trying to make even creating for the game accessible, right? This is like what they did with Merkborg, where like if you look at the adventure structure or like the adventure layout on Rot Black Sludge, very very simple. You can design that in a Google Doc, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're gonna have more people that want to write for your game because they're like, oh, I could do that. I could make something that looks like this. Okay, and yet you look at like 5e and it's like, oh, I have to like study InDesign to be able to get close to this. Oh, okay, well I guess I'll try. And then this has led to like home brewery and GM binder. Yeah. You did a fantastic job on Vagabond. The formatting fits Maxwell's art really well. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so now we've talked about bastards, talked about a little bit of graphic design. Let's get into this thing proper. So, I'm going to do a skim real quick just to kind of look at what you've done with layout on here. Okay. Already at a glance, I feel like I'm going to know exactly what I'm looking at. Good, 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 good. All right, sick.
Layout on your jam is rough. Well, although the layout is a nice piece because it helps with the readability, I don't think that's going to be the primary point we're going to be focused on.
No.
Like it's more about the content than
yeah.
anything.
Yeah, and like this is even why I made the template, because we know that like by looking at a couple of ones that are like unified like this, it's going to be easy to grok like, okay, did they adhere to these structures? Do we have elements that are very clearly labeled? You know, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so Eternity Scorn, a time-hopping TTRPG adventure for levels 5 to 7. Hell yeah. Okay. So, introduction. Deep in Harwell's Hairgowls? Yeah, Hairgowls Mountains. The Elosian Keep stands alone. The home of the powerful Archmage Galatine, left plundered bare for a century. Local governments avoid the locale, considering it cursed ground, while bandits launch raids on nearby trade routes from the safety of its walls. Yet, the keep hides a greater secret. Deep within its walls lies the timetable, a sentient machine which can traverse time itself. As the players arrive, the exiled chronomage Marasi travels back in time to undo his greatest mistake, killing his master Galatine in a fit of jealous rage. Yet, in doing so, he creates a paradox, putting time itself in jeopardy. Can their heroes repair the fabric of time before reality crumbles, or will they too be ancient history? Okay, very cool hook already. Like that got thrown in here. You know, I see a lot of people that are focusing a bit on kind of gimmicks in their dungeon for this jam. It seems like where they feel like there's a certain characteristic that they want to try to evoke with it, which is cool. I actually really like that, and it was kind of like an unintended kind of cool side effect of this. But yeah, I'm seeing that. I'm kind of interested to see what's going to happen with like how you pull this one off. So hooks. PCs may hear about the dungeon in numerous ways, depending on the game master's narrative and world, but a few examples are included below. Arcana's Anonymous, a secret society of fringe magic users, have heard rumors of ancient spell formulas and are willing to pay great sums for their discovery. Revealed to me in a dream, adventurers of great renown have received visions of their future selves, compelling them to go north. Out of time, travelers passing through the region have reported their stopwatches breaking or ceasing function altogether, and one such rich merchant has taken specific offense. A fresh villa to the ones who take revenge on whoever did this to his precious watch, and returned with proof. Okay, so we have our benefactor. Oh, there we go. So we have like a benefactor is going to be getting them into these, you know, I feel like hooks, as I've been looking at a lot of dungeons, As I've been studying this, hooks do kind of blend into one of about like 10 different types of, general vibes.
Mhm.
Someone that's rich is paying you to go do this. Okay, so we get that quite a lot, like the benefactor. Revealed to me in a dream. I think this one was even in what is it? The Silver Princess. It was like a classic basic expert adventure where like the adventurers are disturbed by visions of some green like ancient race that's like, oh well, the princess is in trouble, right? Um, so generally with a lot of these hooks, tropes are great. Tropes are absolutely fine. Um, I love trying to find a trope and doing what I can to subvert it, though. Like one of the goofy ones that I saw that I was like, "That's great." This is still kind of fitting into the benefactor idea, but it was in Peak of Woe. I'm going to keep referencing that, I swear. And it was so in White Plume Mountain. I guess spoilers for that. There's a giant crab and several giant crayfish, and this was just a rumor that there was a chef who was like, dude, I've heard of some magic crabs and shellfish that are in that mountain. I, dude, if you can go and get me a corpse, that'd be primo, like, so goofy stuff like that. But yeah, your hooks are generally going to fall amongst like one of these, types of hooks, I guess. Save the person. This is a part of what I was doing with Vagabond with the quest. Where was it? Yeah. I tend to find that hooks fall into one of these types of like beats here. Defend, you're keeping something safe. Kill, you're getting rid of something or destroying something. Escort, you are taking something somewhere else. Fetch, you are getting something or capturing something. Investigate, you are getting information or looking into something, whatever. Prevent, you are stopping something, right? This is like if you just take this table and start looking at like every dungeon adventure or whatever hook, they're going to fit one of these beats, like note for note. And that's not a bad thing.
No.
I know a lot of us really strive to be like, we want to be like, ooh, we want to be innovators in everything. This works. This really does work. And it's only by using the stuff that really works that we get to the point where we learn to innovate, So we get back there. All right. So the creatures and characters, Chronomage Marasi, all the enemies are labeled. So once an apprentice to the Archmage Galatine, Marasi left in exile after fatally wounding his master in a wizard's duel. A century later, filled with regret, the still youthful mage returns to the keep to travel to the past and set things right no matter the cost. Okay, enemies all except Archmage Galatine. I think that's enough to convey this character's, desires, ambitions. What are they going to get out of completing what they want to do on this thing? Do you think that this needs to get broken up at all, Ked?
The Chronomage paragraph?
Yeah, like, do you think it needs to specifically state like desires, ambitions, anything like that?
I don't think so. I think keeping it succinct and it conveys the basics of what you need to know. If you start extra bullet pointing it and stuff like that, it takes up, I feel like it's extra room and discontinuity between it for the sake of splitting it up. Like,
yeah, I do think bulleted lists do add page bloat, but yeah, I like the way they look too. But
I'm always torn on it because if it's something you need to reference, please, for the love of God, split it up. It's one of my complaints about Cypher because their stat blocks a lot of times are just like paragraphs of text. And then like, I need to know what to reference, please. They are getting better with it, but their older stat blocks were a bit of a nightmare. And so if you're going to reference it, yes, please split it up. But if it's just information they might read once and then put into their brain vault, then paragraphs are fine at that point.
Yeah. This is also like a really big problem with the basic expert modules. Where like if you look at what was it, In Search of the Unknown, that was one of the very, very early ones that they were like, we're gonna teach DMs how to be DMs by using this module. But the problem is they left it really open for people to like roll the treasure, put the treasure in and stuff, put the monsters in and whatnot. I've seen some people do like actual play, quote unquote, of this, and they all felt like the dungeon was like completely barren and empty, and there just wasn't much of anything to do with it. And I get where that happened, or I get why that happened. The DM might have just looked at it and they were like, yeah, we're just gonna run the dungeon. I don't want to do all that work, and then they just sort of went with it. Yeah. And like I get it, but I know at the time, like they felt like they could leave it just sort of as like paragraphs, and this is what's gonna like tell you how to run the thing. But eventually, they do get to the point where they start like breaking this up. You'll see in some of the modules they started going out into the read aloud text and doing that type of breakdown for like here's a monster in the stat block and everything. But yeah, it seems like they were still trying to figure that stuff out.
How do you feel about those read aloud blocks? Because like a lot of people like them. I've never liked them.
I hate them.
Okay.
So I absolutely despise it.
Okay.
Yeah. So number one, I think that it puts a little bit too much emphasis on trying to be very flowery with your prose in your room descriptions. And it just gets to be the read aloud text as a constant beat of like, okay, well, we have to keep writing the same kind of sentences over and over and over and over again. Mm-hmm. And I also think that like it puts this odd kind of continuity anxiety into the adventure where like, oh, well, if I don't exactly read this, or like there's a weird pause, right? Yeah. Where I can't just sight read this as they're running in this current room and see what's coming up. But yeah, I do think that it's like a training wheel. Yeah, there we go. It's good for some groups, but it promotes bad habits for the DM, especially if they want to make their own stuff. It makes them think that they have to write in that style for it to be a real adventure. Bingo, bango. Yeah. That's exactly it.
Yeah, I don't like it because to me, like having a GM is because the way my games work, it's a conversation. It's a back and forth conversation. And they'd be like, oh, the room smells like this, and then this is happening, and the sunlight's coming through here. Cool. And then they get to that block of text, and then they go, and then you enter the door, and it is stone, and what does this say? And it is light entering, like it never sounds natural. It's always obvious they're reading from this block, and
Mm-hmm. I will always appreciate very concise text. I'm going to pull up again into the odd. Look at this. There's like no read aloud text in any of these rooms, okay? Because the descriptions of what's in here are all handled by the room elements, okay? Mm-hmm. Like coral garden, floor and walls, colorful dried coral, very delicate, crumbles at touch. Stairs up to level 1, room 14. Passageway blocked by coral, crumbles at touch, yada yada. Open passageway, warm air to 2. All the other stuff is going to be driven by the random encounters, the general idea as to what's happening with this like adventure or whatever. This is the area. This is all you need to know about the elements, and then we move on. Let the like part of the art of this, of like being a game master, is being able to take that and like interpret it and give it your own spin, right? Like, just like kind of as an analog here. And I'm going to keep referencing music because, hey, I spent 25 years in it. As a jazz musician, okay, one of the ways that you get better at soloing in jazz is to listen to a bunch of records, find licks that you like, steal them, and then, like, learn how to apply it over different material. Like, this is how we develop our... You might have heard, like, okay, Ken, you're right here. You can just say it, all right? Being a weirdo typing in chat while you're here talking to me.
I don't want to interrupt your random rant about jazz again.
Yeah, okay. But stealing that kind of stuff and being like, I'm going to reinterpret that and then using it over like other songs, right? You used to do jazz, you know what I mean? Yeah. So like, it's just how you learn a vocabulary and then go on from there. But the problem is with games like, the way that they do 5e adventure writing, it is very hand-holdy into like, here's the exact description of the room. I would love to actually bring on MT Black for this sometime. MT Black has done work for Wizards of the Coast, and he's like probably the most like famous adventure writer over on the DMs Guild. But I think that MT Black has a lot more experience in that style. It would be really interesting to actually hear his thoughts on it because, I know for me, it's kind of a no-go. I'm like, this is just not really what I want to do. Yeah. But for someone like MT, that's like his wheelhouse, Same is absolutely true in like urban dance freestyle and stuff like that. Yeah. Like everybody learns a certain move and then they iterate on it and then turn it into something else, right? This is the basics of creativity,
I know a lot of people are like, "Oh, I'm not good at improv." Like this isn't like full improv. Like you're not coming up with anything completely on the fly. It's so much as you're taking a list of elements and you're just incorporating them into a sentence. Like you don't have to go that far with it.
Dude, I would still love to play a game where a DM is just literally like, all right, so you guys walk into this room, you see that there's an urn on this table, there's a lever on the wall, and it seems like there's another door that goes to another room to the west. Fine, cool. Like, give me that information. What's up with the urn? That already piques my curiosity. Like there's a horrific looking humanoid figure standing over a corpse. It pulls up with, viscera still dangling from its mouth, screams at you and rushes at you. Cool. Give me that. Like that's all I need. I don't need to have the Mercerian, toothy maw, adjective, right? I can just get the like, give me the give me the meat of what's going on. You're the opposite. You want the DM to read me a book. I guess, but like to me, I am fine. Like I am totally absolutely fine with either way. But I also don't think that there's any problem with just going like, if I'm reading down some of the room elements, here's what's going on. In like 2018, I was at the Name Your Game Expo, and they had John Rondeau there. John Rondeau is, he's a local Tulsa guy, but he was actually in Gary Gygax's original D&D group, and or one of the original D&D groups or something. It was like one of the groups where Gary was actually like behind a screen, like an actual physical big screen, and like the other side of the room.
Oh yeah.
And John was telling us, basically playing with him, it was like John is one of those guys that's just like, here's the description of what's here in the room. You guys interact with it. Not a whole like, you get this pit in your stomach of the evil twisting around this area. It's like, that's fine. It's fine. But like, what's going on? What do I need to do here? I kind of dig that vibe too. Hello from Texas. Hey, how's it going? Welcome.
Texas.
All right, so Archmage Galatine, a master of chronomancy. The Archmage Galatine was moments from the completion of his masterwork, the Timetable, when he was struck down by his jealous apprentice Marasi. Rescued from death's door, he lives at the center of a paradox. With the knowledge that his death is fated and his life is stolen time, he wishes to restore the natural order and protect the Timetable's future no matter the cost. Use the Timetable as a sun. Enemies are the time elementals. Okay. Very cool. I can already see how there's like a conflict kind of going on in the philosophy of this time belonged to me, and because you killed me, you stole that from me, and how this would... That's okay. I'm really digging the sort of like thesis statement you've already developed here, Callus and the Gallant Crows. And the really cool faction names too. In the PC's timeline, the Gallant Crows are a gang of bandits plundering the trade caravans amongst the mountain range. Post-Paradox, they are a mercenary guild protecting Morosi from the time elementals. Okay. Enemies in the... I really dig these faction names. Like, the Gallant Crows is already sick, but like your naming conventions are very cool. Time elementals, primordials formed from temporal energy. When subjected to the magic of a paradox, they grow predatory, hoarding time by taking it from others. In the material plane, they possess those who died of unnatural causes, or appear as specters of the past, present, or future. Okay, so they're like ghosty elementals that only appear whenever the timeline is out of sorts. Very Doctor Who. Like, what's that episode where they're in the church and what is it? They're like these bat looking things that
yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah, I can't remember what I think that was a Tenet episode, but yeah.
Pretty sure.
The timetable. A sentient time machine, noble of heart, loyal to Galatine, lover of heroic stories, vulnerable to the flow of powerful time magic, and later a victim of the paradox elemental's possession. Possesses a desire to set out on a heroic adventure. Views Galatine as a father. Enemies. So we have a sentient magic item that is kicking in here that is apparently a time machine with a heart of gold. This is what? Okay. Season 1, episode 9, right? Rose saved her dad. Okay, so then that must have been
Eccleston then.
Eccleston. Yeah. Okay. Huh. The Lord of Sands. A celestial who watches over the natural flow of time and safeguards against temporal disasters. Often depicted as 3 concentric golden rings with 6 wings around a silver throne. Enemies of the... All right, already for your faction, this is an A+. I love the heart that you got out of this. The voice is still very much in that like quasi wacky gonzo of like classic pulp. A lot of the old school essential stuff leans in on a voice that is very much like this. Like very you can already feel the whimsy kind of like just oozing off of this thing. Your factions are awesome on this, so I'm stoked to see what goes on here.
Interested to see how the information gets sent to the players, because obviously if the players never hear about it, then it might as well not exist.
Yeah.
So I'm interested to see how this unfolds.
Well, and already, like, if what I would say here is this feels like the kind of thing that could turn into a bit longer spanning than just a 5-room dungeon.
Yeah.
The scope feels already like it's trying to set it up for a major adventure branch. So even if like beyond this you decide to go like, I'd like to develop it out further. There's a few different adventures by the Old School Adventures crew or Old School Essentials crew that you should check out, because I think this could actually be fit for like a 40-page kind of an adventure, right? If you look at like Holy Mountain Shaker by Luca Regic, let me pull that one up. Let me see here. Let me grab that real quick.
Because even in these first pages here, this is enough to be a triggering like adventure for something longer, for sure.
Absolutely. I think Hole in the Oak was just a set alone dungeon. Okay, Holy Mountain Shaker. Yeah, you have enough here to fill out a small region, really. Like already with your factions and everything, this is well thought out enough to really do like something more like this, where so this is a point crawl, and it seems like you could have the Gallant Crow's Den, and then it shifts over into like maybe on you have like the front side is like this is this timeline's point crawl map, and then on the back side you have like this is the other timeline's point crawl map, custom end paper kind of thing. I think that this could get pulled out into a bigger scope kind of a thing already. So that's sick. I'm stoked to get into this and see what you do with the 5-room format. All right. Get back over here. Okay. So setting considerations, the keep consists of damaged granite, brick, and old wood. Any structures not connected to the walls of the building are heavily damaged and may be destroyed with significant force. All events occurring within the present timeline occur at the time of day of the GM's choice. Except when illuminated by fire, all other locations are under darkness. Okay. So that could be an actual description pulled away from the setting considerations. And this is actually just like a description of your dungeon, right? So that would be probably not I don't think that the header tag is quite right for that. Random encounters. Time is of the essence. Whenever the party lingers too long after activating the timetable, or whenever the party travels to another era or area. If that's, because that can be either or in this. So we'll go with era.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
I'd be like, oh, that's a typo. But considering what's happening here, that
right.
he might actually, that might be on purpose.
Roll 1d6 on a 1 or 2. Yeah, on a 1 or 2. It is era. It is era. Yeah. Okay. Roll 1d8 and consult the following table. Okay, so 2 or 3 when traveling to or from the future era. Okay, give them an omen instead. An omen. Are there like omen considerations in here? Or is that like this is a warning of what you could see? Okay. Wow, this is really well put together. Okay, so Earth and Time. Okay, so these are different events, not specifically encounters. Okay. So this is just the following table. So those events, gotcha. A rift in time opens, connecting the space with a past event that took place in this keep or one in the PC's lives. This is more of just like a kind of a cinematic that occurs. A future version of one of the PCs appears, battle worn and damaged to deliver a warning. They are dragged back through time seconds later. Okay. Interesting. Battle worn and damaged to deliver a warning. Okay, so then this could be like, this is more of like the omen kind of feel. A stray spell, web, levitate, fireball is thrown into the fight from centuries. Okay, thrown from a fight centuries past suddenly appears, damaging the area and revealing sudden treasures or secrets or harming the PCs. That is super funny. Like, well, this spell that failed, there was another timeline where it succeeded, and it's that right here. I love that. Floating rubble or unsupported beams suddenly give way as time's flow resumes. 1d3 plus 1 revenants appear from rifts in time. At least one acts like one of the PCs. Okay. 2d4 bandits appear from an alternate future, high on their victory over the PCs, which for the PCs didn't happen. Okay.
Damn, there's some good shit in here.
This is, yeah, I really, really like this
and not only is there a random events table, which I'm very thankful of. Too many I find don't have
encounter.
It has it has a triggering instance for it. So it's not just like, here it is, use it when you think it's good. It actually prompts you, hey, when this happens, maybe do this.
Yeah. Yeah. D4 time elementals. I want to take a look at their stat. Paradox elemental forms. Okay, so we have the time elementals and then a paradox elemental. Stocking the rooms of the current timeline before dissipating after several minutes. I'm going to look at their stat block real quick. I just want to see what the time elementals are kind of capable of.
Because I haven't seen a really good like time thing. Like basically, I don't think like D&D, for example, has futzed with it since 2nd edition.
Yeah. Okay. Rewind once per turn. When this creature fails a saving throw or attack roll, they may roll again. Okay. Animate dead. If you haven't gotten this far quite yet, you have no idea how to balance these. Oh yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about that. You're kind of structuring this for like a 3rd level adventure. So like already the hit dice being 4, you could maybe even bring that down to like hit die 3. And because you've got 1d4 of these guys, you're probably gonna hit they're probably gonna be doing some damage. Yeah, 1d8 is still gonna hurt. Deja vu special. Once per day, this creature may copy another creature's action from the last round.
I like that.
That's really good.
I like that. That takes whatever bullshittery you've got a player like Chris coming in with. This is anti-Chris.
Oh, that's really good. Because there's no cost to it. Well, okay, it's a once per day. But a D4 of these things, that's super evocative. Having the animate dead on here, honestly, I don't even think you need that. Like, unless you have a very, very particular thing that you would like to do with that. I honestly don't even think you need that. You have a D8 of damage, right? What I think you have here is a really interesting and compelling, mechanically compelling stat block for a mainstay for this adventure right here. That deja vu thing, you don't see anything quite like that happening in a lot of the stat blocks. Maybe you might be able to argue like a doppelganger Does it do something similar? Maybe, but not totally. I think they just do like a D12 of damage, and that's like, oh, that's why they're scared. Okay. You've got a real nasty playgroups that likes to play tricks on you, so you've adapted some funny abilities in response. This is fucking cool, like super cool. Just a personal take here. Yeah, Doppel's just wacky. Yeah. I don't even think you need to animate dead unless you have something really specific you want to do with that. Like, yeah, there's a creature that died and you're bringing it up as like it reverses the death or something. Like, I can understand that, but this does have kind of implicit God, what's the right word for that? Like it's conveying a particular narrative, right? So yeah, I mean maybe consider that, but like this, I love the stat block. You're hitting so many fucking fantastic beats here already. The Paradox Elemental, okay. Temporal Lash, so it's got D4, D4, or Sins of the Past, which is special. Sins of the Past. This creature summons their choice of 1d2 time elementals, or if a corpse is present, raise the corpses either 1d4 plus 2 zombies, or 1d2 plus 1 revenants. I like the idea. Okay, so I do kind of like the idea that maybe this is the direction you're kind of going in with this. They are raised up, but they are like a facsimile from like another timeline. And because of that, they might be under this thing's control. But because they're raised up as zombies specifically, this implies that they are under the control of this creature, which I don't know, for me personally, evokes the idea of like time elemental. You know, that's very necromancer, taking away agency, that kind of a thing. But if it's more like a revivify or something that's just bringing it back to life, the magic has a different narrative, right? Your spells are on point here. Haste, of course, haste would be on here. How many of these paradox elementals could there be? Because that's, I would say that Sins of the Past might need to have a limit for like once per day. I mean, 1d2 time elementals that I can just summon at will is really good. Or at least like once per hour. I think if it did this more than once per combat, that's kind of scary.
Yeah, in the events table, I think if you rolled the paradox, there was only like the one, wasn't there?
Let me double check.
Like that was the big like oh shit roll of the table.
So it says the paradox elemental form, so I'm assuming you're correct in that. So this is a potential random encounter here. AC at scale. Okay, fly standard. Okay, morale 9. Okay. Wait, sorry. Some temporal lash. So this is 2 separate attack instances. When this attack hits, the target must save versus charm or be afflicted by the blight spell for 1 round. Okay.
That might be a bit much with
that
everything
could
else
be
on.
a lot.
And it's a lot of extra rolls that you're attacking on as well.
Yeah, boom, 2 different saves. I mean, it will work, like that it functions and everything. Yeah, and as a one-off of it being the, hit points, okay, the armor as scale makes this already pretty good. Like, I mean, we're talking 18 AC and 5E. Vagabond's got that as a +2 to armor. It's just it's 2 armor, which is high. It can fly. That makes this this is a very cool boss. I like this as a boss. I think you've hit boss thematic really well with this. I do think Sins of the Past should have a little bit of a limiter here. Because this thing, the narrative beat for me is like, why is this thing not just raising up tons of zombies? Or a dozen time elementals? Or I guess that's what you're randomly encountering.
But yeah, the fact that there's no limit, like once per day or another trigger of some kind. I mean, that's infinite time elementals if it keeps going.
Yeah. Yeah, if it stays alive for more than 2 rounds, it's likely a TPK. Yeah, if this is a 3rd level adventure, like, look, in Vagabond, they've got to immediately drop a nuke on this. But that's the deal, is like, with hit points 18, I think that its hit dice, especially because the hit dice are only the same as this time elemental down here, I think you could lower this down to an interesting minion at, like, hit die 2 or 3.
Oh, he says this is actually for 5 to 7, not 3.
Oh, 5 to 7. Okay, then yeah, these hit dice definitely need to come up.
Okay, in that case, even with the shield, they actually I completely flipped now. Even with the shield, they're going to burn him down quick. With the 5 to 7.
Yeah, I would say that this hit die, you might be able to bring that up even to, like, if you want it to be a flashy kind of a thing, maybe hit die 10 with as scale is a nice boss. If you went up to hit die 8 like you did with the timetable, this is a boss. You know.
At hit die 4 right now, like almost regardless of system at this point, there is a chance, even with shield at those hit points, he may get one shot.
Oh, I mean, it could easily get one shot in Vagabond for sure. Like, you have a wizard that's just willing to drop 7 mana on a blast. Yeah, I mean, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 D6. 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 16. Okay, so like, I mean, it could very reasonably nuke it. That was not actually a good damage roll because I rolled, was that 3 2s, 2 1s, a 4 and a 5. So yeah, it could get nuked. Regardless of its 5 to 7, Sins in the Past creates a problem where it's just objectively better to do that. IMO. Oh, you mean Sins in the Past constantly? Kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
7 mana on a. You need to check out Vagabond ASAP. That sentence rocked. Well, yeah, there's a quick start if you wanted to go check that out. So, okay. I think that you have a lot of really cool evocative shit happening already, and I'm stoked to see what you're making happen. I don't think you've got a map out quite yet. I think I saw that you were typing that. Let me see here. Wait, hear me out. Top rope boots. When diving onto an enemy from a high 30 feet, you receive no damage but fall and increase momentum. Okay, so I'm looking to see, because I think you said something about I don't have a map quite yet. There's so many cool, really super evocative names in these. You're still working on the maps. Got it. Okay. Yeah, you're still working. Okay. Wow. All right. So I'm stoked about that already. Let's see what we got in here. Okay, so room 1A, the courtyard present. So we're looking at what our guardian is supposed to be. A broken portcullis bars entry through the gate. A circular path surrounds a ruined statue. The lawn and path overgrown with patches of thorny bramble. The gallant crows interrogate the wizard Marasi, restrained in metal chains. Callus wants to find the keep's secret archive and magic items within. Okay, so we have encounters, bandits and their leader. Callus initially hostile, Marasi non-hostile. Okay. Broken portcullis. Difficult terrain is all good right there. What's the broken portcullis? Is that just like you can't actually get through up here? Because I don't know that that's really a good tag for vision and terrain, and that might be something that needs to be separately described. Like, if this is preventing entry to something else, maybe that, if this is just a general feature, then like, maybe that's just something you kind of leave up here. Well, it bars entry through the gate, so then this would be like, there is another entry that they could go through the broken portcullis if XYZ thing. People are going to want to investigate this up here already. You say something like portcullis, and I'm going to be like, that's a big word. What is that? Like, I want to poke on that, you know? Yeah, because I don't see where else that might be described. Okay. All right, so the patches of bramble are difficult terrain. I would actually make the patches of bramble. Ooh, yeah, because the branches. Okay, so this would be difficult terrain, but it's just the D4 damage if they move through it. Yeah, you might say like save versus breath, or 1d4 damage, when first moved through. Make sure that you give it that like one instance where it's very clear this is where that occurs, right? That was just barring simple entry to 1A. Yeah. Then I might actually put that as a separate tag down here, not up in your vision and terrain. I was just trying to think of a way that you could combine, maybe move the hazards and traps as a part of this up here. The encounters is fine. The D4 bandits and their leader Callus, initially hostile. That's all good. There's a key and 20 gold pieces on Callus's person. Okay, passage, double doors to room 2A. Callus is here in search of rooms 3A and 4A. Right. Okay, so these are secret intentions, not a secret of the environment. That can be... Huh. So this would be an intent. And I would actually move that up into... This is going to sound weird for a second. Move this up out of the room elements, because these are supposed to be describing the rooms, So move this up out of your room elements and up into your dramatis persona, Like, that should be a part of Marasi, right? This is his intent. Kind of keeping that stuff up in there. If it's important as to what they have, like, on them, then, like, maybe you can list that up there as well. Marasi has hidden in his pocket the pocket watch at the top of this. Oh, wait. Has hidden his pocket watch at the top of the statue. Oh, okay. A double standard move above. When set free, he will teleport to 4A with no intention to reward the party. The dexterous may seek roof access to 4C. Okay, so we have a couple different secrets that are going on here. Not just everything into one. So the item of the pocket watch at the top of the statue, I would move that as a separate item tag, right? So we say like items and then say statue to clue them in as to where this is. And then you say Marasi's pocket watch is at the top of the statue, like hidden at the top of the statue. Keep that, because the secret blocks could get pretty lengthy unless we start breaking some of this up a little bit. To say Callus is here in search of rooms 3A and 4A, this seems like something that should go up into the dramatis persona. Set free, he will teleport to 4A with no intention to reward the party. That could most likely go up into the encounter for Marasi, non-hostile. If set free, he will teleport to 4A, etc., etc. And then the secret, they really, in all of this, I think the real secret you have is the dexterous may seek roof access to 4A. But that could also just be a passage, Like maybe that's like, if they do climb the roof, they could get up there. Yeah, it's something like that. Yeah. Now, going on to 2A, the ballroom. Present. 6 pillars stand beneath the collapsed roof. A destroyed portrait of Galatine and Marasi fills the back wall, and beneath it sits a silver pedestal. Behind the pedestal, an illusion hides a secret of double doors, locked with an arcane ward. When approached, the ward reconfigures to only those invited may enter in the viewer's native language. Okay, this could get pieced out into the magic effect. So, like, pull this away from your descriptive text and pull this down here. And make that, that's like, just a better organization of the information. I think one of the things with the buy-in, whenever GMs are sort of reading over an adventure, you want to keep things looking very clean. And something like this that seems to be important information should probably be listed in the magic effect, where it's an element that they can refer to, right?
Yeah, same thing as saying earlier. Yeah. If it's something you have to reference quickly, that's when you put it into its own point, rather than the description.
From beyond it, the timetable will greet the party if the illusion is broken and can be invented to invite the party in. Okay. So what's your I guess if you're still in chat, Rue, what's your like vision, your description? What does this timetable sort of look like to you? Whenever the characters actually see it, what is the like, because I get the sense that it's like, this is a sentient it's a sentient time machine, but like, is it more like a robot? Is this like that's in room 3A? Darkness, okay. Okay. Darkness fills a workshop full of decayed furniture and ruined notes. An adamantium throne sits in the middle of the room. In the corner, a skull in a case labeled "Never Forget" sits atop a spell book. A hatch is accessible from the seat of the timetable, which reveals the engine comprised of 3 solid blue gears revolving around a growth of black and gold crystal. Okay. The seat of the timetable reveals the engine. Oh wait, a hatch is accessible from the seat of the timetable, which reveals the engine comprised of 3 solid blue gears revolving around a growth of black and gold crystal. One of the gears has stopped turning entirely. By the time the party arrives, Marasi has already traveled to the past. Okay. Oh. Okay. So, I got a question here. And this is just kind of in the, this is like kind of a continuity question. You deleted the sentence saying the throne was a timetable. Yeah, you should probably move that to the dramatis persona. Yeah. And maybe put a reference tag in here about its description, because that's the first place that I would probably be looking to, I had a question. Oh, okay. So this is going to come up with any of these time skipping adventures here. There's a continuity question that kind of comes into play here. Marasi is a NPC that they can meet at the first room, right? Marasi. Okay. And it seems like there's a conflict going on with your first encounter, where I can't help but question, what happens if Marasi is killed? Because it seems like it's kind of contingent on, oh, you know what you could do? Actually, I'll throw this out there to you. Marasi, just to keep your contingency kind of decent in here, and or your continuity kind of decent, Marasi could have kind of some doppelgangers, quote unquote, by just mere accident of fucking with this time machine. Like there's if they do kill him, that was a duplicate or something like that, pulled from another timeline. And that way you can have this kind of bizarre, like, oh, okay, well, this is an NPC that they're kind of following around, kind of a narrative, right? And not really have to worry so much about the continuity of absolutely everything. But all these different Marasis are kind of working together to try and reunify the timeline. It's something kind of goofy like that. I think, that's like the plot of a movie, right, Ken?
Yeah, I've seen it in a lot of different like sci-fis and stuff as well. I can even think of an episode of Star Trek involving Data that was like, it sort of involved some stuff like that. It's a great way to give him some plot armor.
Yes,
because like if your adventure is contingent on an NPC or a MacGuffin, and the players will find a way to screw that up.
Yeah, I think giving that's actually a really good point. If you have an NPC that is kind of reliant on, hey, I try not to design any NPC that has to make it through the adventure, because anytime that I'm putting up that kind of wall for myself of like, this thing has to get through this adventure, that's going to get broken at the table. It doesn't really make for practical play with a TTRPG. But because you've given yourself a narrative explanation for why this guy would be around, you can absolutely use that. Yeah. So, darkness magic effect. When a creature sits in the timetable, they may use it to travel through time, taking all creatures in the room with it. Additionally, when a paradox elemental dies in the same timeline, the timetable absorbs it regardless of location. Okay. So, the timetable absorbs it. Have I skipped over something here? What happens by that? Like,
the timetable seems important enough. I feel like it should have its own end. Oh, it does have its own entry right there. Since your time,
yeah.
Victim. If it has like absorption mechanics or something, it should be maybe an explanation.
Oh, that's in the stat block.
Oh, okay.
Okay, time skimmer. Damn.
Oh, I didn't realize the timetable had its own stat block. Okay.
For each absorbed paradox elemental, gain 1 maximum hit die. Okay. Okay, so do you have any thoughts on the stat block right off the top of your head, Ken?
I haven't looked at it that long yet.
Oh, yeah, you're good. I'm kind of trying to absorb it too.
Standard as scale. So this is definitely meant to be like a big deal if that's one of his biggest HDs so far.
Yeah.
Time bomb, sins of the past. So it also has that sins of the past thing. Deals damage. All creature may save or be paralyzed. Okay. I've mentioned this before. I'm not a fan of agency removal mechanics. That's just a personal thing for me.
Mm-hmm.
The possibility of like most of the party being paralyzed, to me, stun mechanics and paralyzation mechanics are anti-fun. It's like, oh, what do you do for your round? Nothing. Oh, that's fun. I would prefer there being other shenanigans that modify the way you play, but that's partly a personal thing.
I think for me is the only problem personally I have with that. If someone doesn't get to go this round, I feel like that's sort of a okay. Like I kind of think that in playing a game, you want to play the game, and a part of playing the game is this is a condition that it is there. I'm pretty okay, but like this could be like giving them at least something to do. They can either take an action or move, not both. Is also like, okay, well, we've taken away something that still evokes the narrative, but isn't quite like as devastating as something like you just can't do anything.
Yeah.
You're still giving them the agency. It's not quite as harsh. And I think
like right now with the paralyzation, there's a chance that the majority of the group for a round, the GM might just say, you don't get to play right now.
Reverse deja vu, you can't do what you did last turn. I'll tell you right now, it sounds clever. No one's going to remember that.
No. People can't even remember Bardic Inspiration, never mind what they did.
Yeah. One of the big things that I keep talking about whenever I'm designing is removing elements of tracking. Tracking is... Some people don't mind it, but like I think the strength that I got, at least with Vagabond's design, is like there's extremely little tracking in Vagabond, and usually it's just in the operation of the adventure, not in like effect duration or anything like that. This is all handled by like countdown dice and whatever. So there's actually a physical thing you're manipulating, for the effect.
Little side tangent. That was one of our main complaints tonight in the Daggerheart playtest. There are so many things to track.
Oh, really?
There is so many things.
The hope and fear mechanic alone, I was like, I think Will said the point that's going to kind of drive home the next version of that. And that's like, the game does reward you for not taking your turn.
I came across that today, actually. The
Really?
character I had, their special class ability was I forget what it's called, unstoppable or whatever. And every time I attacked, I would lose some of that unstoppable, making me a little bit weaker, not able to defend as well. So I was better off just standing there and taking the hits for them and not doing anything.
Yeah. And you know, that's an incredibly astute observation. It tells me a lot about how Will was looking at the game. Whenever he said that, I was like, "Damn, dude, you earned some cred from some of the like design scene for something like making that kind of an observation." So like, like, you really want people to play the game. You always do. You want people to play your game, and if the best way to play your game is to not play the game, that's a problem, you know? Like, yeah. Greetings/wave. Is there a time reversal action on my time theme monsters? Like once per day, regain all resources, including hit die. Okay, so that is another odd thing. Ked, how often do you ever see this monster gets this stuff back when it regains like all of its hit die, completes a long rest, and anything other than 5e?
Oh, you're not tracking monsters and shit in the background.
You don't. You just
that doesn't
don't.
happen. They exist for that encounter. Otherwise, they basically don't exist.
Yep. You might as well consider that if they're off screen, they have immediately regained all their health. Like, that's their resources and everything are back. At least in practical play, this is the way that 99% of tables will run that. I know I'm gonna get a comment that someone goes like, "Wait, I don't do that. I track all my." Okay, you're a very, very good boy then. But for practical purposes, most GMs are not tracking that stuff. So keep that in mind and try to design around that idea. Not that like it can replenish its resources with this move right here. I do think that if you do something like that, it's not that I just say like, don't ever do that. But if you do that in the middle of a fight, that is extremely impactful. Like, to say that this creature regains all of its health. So in Vagabond, and this is in a couple other systems as well, but there's a condition called Bloodied. And this is whenever it gets to half of its hit points, right? This is very bog standard for a lot of different TTRPGs. I fiddled with this idea because what I wanted to do was make a condition which other things could key off of, including monsters potentially having like a phase change moment, like Frieza hitting, their final form.
Yeah.
I think it's evocative for a thing like that. But you should only keep that into consideration for the idea of like an impact for what it means in the game, like in that one combat scenario, not what this creature's day-to-day life is like. Not in the next 10 minutes, what's this creature doing? It's eating a bowl of soup. It's going to be using this action right here. Like, that's a level of hyper-simulation that I'm going to tell you right now, I know that there's going to be like one or two people that's like, wait, I do that. That's not the way that most brains work. Okay.
No. And like, although I've had my fun with simulation in the past, I mean, I used to like Birthright. That's the D&D setting where you do taxes, literally.
Yeah.
Most of the time, like once per day is really all it is a flag saying that they're probably not going to see this ability again.
Yeah.
That's
You're
all
silly.
it really means.
What if Time Bomb is a hot potato? Someone has to hold it. You have to have it on a creature, and then it goes off in a turn. So I think that there's other ways you can get the idea of a time master out there. You want to know actually one of the best games for doing this is Tears of the Kingdom. Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild. Both of them have this like reversal mechanic and or stasis where it like locks it in place. So that seems to be the thing that you're trying to hit with Time Bomb. Stasis, how Ked, imagine that someone's playing a barbarian, they rush up and they're like, I hit it with this attack. and it hits it, and then that next turn, this thing stasis or it reverses it, and that barbarian has to go all the way back to the other side of the room. You know, like
I came up with a spell called Snapback, and the GM hated it so badly.
Like, whenever you're messing with something's like positioning like that in a war game, that is so effective. Like, positioning is so important. Yeah, especially in any tactics based war game like this, it's but overall, like, I think what you have here, I would try to think about like, keep this in mind for a play feel sort of a thing. This attack hits all creatures within half standard for the the paralyzed kind of a thing. If you're very, very sold on this, has to be a time bomb and maybe not like one particular creature has this effect happen to it. Maybe something like that. I would also kind of hesitate on making this into, because it feels like this wants to be a like DMPC in a way. I would be really reluctant to make it something very, very good, but it might turn out to be like the final big boss, and I haven't read that far yet.
Also, its interactions with its own time and elementals for that seems a bit wonky too.
Yeah. Okay.
That would be funny if all the PCs made it, but the time elementals didn't, because I didn't see that they were immune to it.
Theoretical magic in the timetable schematic. The Archmage's body. Is this a magic item? Or was that something else that you were referring to? Maybe that hasn't been added in here yet, or maybe it's in here later. Varen Geddon in Classic WoW had the time bomb. LOL, get the group out for when you explain it. Okay, double door south of 2A over here, north hallway to 4A. Using the timetable can take the party to 3B. So let's say we go to 3B. That is 5A, 4B, 3B. Workshop passed. The open double doors reveal the adjacent ballroom is on fire. A trail of fresh blood crosses the room from the northern entrance to the northern hallway. Small temporal rifts breach the stone floor. Okay, secret false section contains a scroll of dispel magic. Due to the paradox, can be used normally alongside copies from other timelines. Okay, so they can like, oh, wait a second. Can they start using this to duplicate items?
Depends how long, like you're thinking of like the Bill and Ted finding the key in the bush situation of like the persistent item as a paradox. Depends how long the difference is in these, I would say.
Yeah, this is a thing that was in Chrono Trigger, where it wasn't really necessarily an item duplication, but there's a well-known thing about like, so there's chests in Chrono Trigger that are like time locked, and you can choose, like, if you go to the past, you'll see certain chests. You go up and like take a look at it, and then it's like, well, do you take the item that's in here? And if you answer no, and then go to the future, you get a better version of that item. And then you can go to the past and get the weaker version of that item. So it's not really like an item duplication, but you see kind of my thought on that, where like, is this thing in here? Cool, we know where that is. Let's go to the future and get it, and come back to the past and get it. You know, you didn't think about that. It's I'm trying to remember how the sequencing of it has to work, but essentially, if they leave something in the past and then go to the future and get it, they can go back to the past and like leave it there again, and then come back and get two more versions of the item, and just keep doing that, right?
Now, here's the way around.
It is a paradox, yeah.
There's two things you got to think of. First of all, you can just say timeline instead of time, and that pretty much solves that. Yeah. And secondly, you could also, as a GM, just say it's magic. Fuck you, go away.
Well, and I think you can solve this with like a time locking. The anything here within this area of paradox or whatever, this bubble, this is where this is affected. So like the items that are within here could potentially be duplicated. And like if they get like they keep going back and forth and getting these scrolls to dispel magic, you already put that like there is a meta line, like a meta timeline, where these are all doing the wibbly wobbly timey wimey thing, where no matter what, these timelines are still moving forward. This is how it works in Chrono Trigger. You can go to essentially this moment or this point in time, and that point is like a location that is still moving forward. You think about it like a couple different cars, right? There's a couple different cars that are going down this highway of time, and you can pop in between any of these cars, but they're still moving forward, right? So like you since you're not getting so precise as to the points, this is exactly the kind of thing I think you would probably try to keep in mind with that. How does that Chrono Trigger item thing work in Vagabond? I'm not really certain that I've ever really kind of put a thought into that one. But yeah. So a couple different ways to kind of think about that. But yeah, I would say anything that comes from outside these realms and that gets like left in the past or left in the future or whatever, they're time locked, and no matter what, only one copy of that item can ever potentially exist, right? Just like maybe put in something like that. Despite the fact that they could be doing this type of thing with timelines, time locking is a factor in these. There's a book actually by a buddy of mine, Haggard Clint, called The Chronomancer's Guide to the Future. Where is this? Yeah, Chronomancer's Guide to the Future. He just actually did the sequel of this over on Kickstarter. And it's the best book I've ever encountered that that handled the way that you negotiate time-based stuff or the narrative of separate time travel lines in a TTRPG. Here, I'll pull up the cover.
Yeah, it's not always easy. Like D&D back in the day had an official chronomancy thing. It was called I think it was just called the Chronomancer's Guide. It's terrible. Don't read it. Don't reference it.
Yeah, here you go. Yeah,
it had possibly the worst spell I've seen in D&D.
Here you go. Chronomancer's Guide to the Future. This is like Haggard Clint is a fantastic designer for like he thinks about things from like all different angles. This is covering the topic extensively while still getting you a bunch of different character options that, you know, fit the vibe. It's not exactly like ham-fisting rules down on you as to how this is handled, but it's kind of proposing options, things that you know that you need to consider in order to run an adventure quite like this. But yeah. Time After Time Mothership Module, Sam Sorensen. Ooh. Time After Time. Oh, it's only on Kickstarter right now? Damn, sick looking art though on that. Oh, okay, it's over on itch.io. Yeah, ooh, already I know I gotta check this one out. Yeah, the Mothership is like, I mean, everybody really loves the classic 80s VHS look, but like, I love the Mothership aesthetic as kind of getting people like executing it well on TTRPG stuff.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that looks nice.
Yeah, that looks slick. Ooh.
Little bit too much wear and tear in those background of the pictures. It makes some of that text a little hard to read, but it still looks pretty nice.
What do you think of that gradient?
Yeah.
What do you think of that as the parchment?
It looks pretty good. I like it. I tend to tone backgrounds down a little bit myself when it comes to content, but I mean, it's very good for stylistic.
Yeah, I think if you were to kind of reduce the amount of grit that was on this thing, because I get it, it's the vibe and everything. I would really dig checking out version of this. Man, it is a good palette though.
Yeah. Oh, I agree.
That is a really, really good palette. The gradient's pretty, you like it. Yeah, I was wondering about the kind of fade, the swipe that was going across. Yeah. Let's see here. Okay, so here's what I would encourage you to do. I think that you have a beautiful start on this right now. Right now, in fact, I think that it's more than a start. I think that this is a fantastic, like, second draft. I haven't read through the entire thing, and I know I wanted to kind of touch on some other stuff as well with this one, and I could probably sit here and just like try to absorb this thing in all night. What I'm gonna recommend is I would go through and try to consider maybe some of the information that you have. Is there another place I could distribute it somewhere else, maybe in the room elements or in the descriptions? I tell you what, one of the biggest, most important things to me whenever I was like writing Vagabond was looking at my page count and figuring out how to get rid of as many pages as I could. Like clip, edit, edit, you know. Can you figure out a way to convey the same information you have in as concise of a way as possible? You can smooth down the edges, all that. And one of the things I might actually recommend is that you might actually want to go with a point crawl map on this as well. Like showing the different branches, you know, where there's different effects or something. There's another one that I'll recommend that you check out, because this has a similar sort of vibe to this. I was talking about this adventure the other day, Aberrant Reflections. So whenever you're making the map for this, here's something to consider. That was absolutely the plan? Okay. Good. So you see on this map right here, I brought this one up. This one has a really clever gimmick that I think will also kind of be used in what you're doing, where you can see in this dungeon, there's like mirrors that are reflecting a like aberrant world in on the same dungeon. So there's areas where you can see certain things in the mirror world that you can't see in the real world. And the purple is being used here to show what those things are, where they are, you know, that et cetera, et cetera. So you might use a technique like this. Ted, do you know of anything?
What you do is you get them old 3D glasses and you draw one dungeon in blue.
You know, that's kind of cool, but it's like, huh. I kind of dig it, you know. Yeah, you know, it's something like this. But
no, this is a good. I would go even simpler than this possibly, but like I like simple for point crawl.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's a complex idea, but I think that actually point crawl is the best way to convey this. Show that it's not going to be that overwhelming to track the continuity, because continuity is going to be the big deal with any time travel stuff.
Time travels, you've picked probably one of the hardest things to write for in an adventure. Time travel's not easy.
Red light. Okay, so the other thing that I would recommend is all the stuff that you have bolded, like a shell of silver, Galatine. So you bolded quite a bit of stuff in here, but I don't see the stuff that you've bolded listed down here, right? So what you want to do is, if it's important enough for you to bold right up here, it's important enough to be listed as like this right here. So if it says time elemental, the encounter's right here, this symbol indicates that there's an encounter, and just say time elemental, right? Items are kind of whatever, but if it's important enough that it needs its own description, pull it back down there, you know? You had considered a blacklight solution or upside down text too. Yeah, anything that's relying on like a third, like a physical medium in the, the real world or whatever. Unless you're Merkborg, it's kind of hard to get away with that,
Yeah, especially these days because like so many people are relying on digital products.
Uh-huh.
It's not gonna work.
But yeah, I actually like I'm really stoked to see where you take this one. Most of the advice that I would be giving you right now, without going much further, is just editing stuff down more towards like the format I was talking about. Like I can see like right here with the ballroom pass, this is probably leaning in on there's a poem or a puzzle of some kind that should probably be better handled as one of these tags down here. Um, it's just that there's a lot of information, and I would focus on trying to limit yourself to like three is good, but like 4 or 5 sentences is pushing it. If we get into like multi paragraphs, probably too much for a sight read kind of a thing, But yeah.
Especially since this, although this could easily be part one of an entire adventure, this is meant to be a succinct, like it's a 5-room dungeon jam crawl. You do want to keep it so it's fast paced. You want to be able to knock something this out in pretty much like a session.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely agreed. So try to reduce that stuff down. But what I'm gonna say is like whatever you submit to this crawl, I would still encourage you to like develop on the idea further, because I think what you have here is a really fun idea for more than just a 5-room dungeon. Yeah. Make this a branch for like a full-on module, if you would.
Like I said, I could see this being just part one of something. It's pretty fucking cool.
Yeah. The concept is killer. The factions are really interesting. Super evocative naming and everything. And I'm hooked. Let me know what you do, beyond that. Yeah. Okay. So, one of the ones that I wanted you to check out, Ked, that somebody submitted, because I read through this the other night and I was blown away by how much was already done on this one. And what a cool idea was going on for the trigger setback. So this is Tomb of the Huntress by Bonus Action Rainbow. First off, oh my god, like already the layout work you've done is incredible. Providing the stat blocks right up here in front. You could probably push those in the back and it's all good. This is already looking so fantastic. You have look, Ked, look at this. There's hyperlinks to all sections of the dungeon.
Oh, they have a navigation thing, yeah.
They have a navigation pane on the PDF. What? Where can we see the submissions? This is all in the Dungeon Crawl Discord server, so only people that register for the Dungeon Crawl are able to get the PDFs and everything. So I'm wow already. As a submission for this here though, it is very pretty. This is already really, really well laid out. But what I would say is try to not make it feel so busy, because it feels like this is laid out like a 5e style thing. Yeah. Very busy maps where like I'm seeing the path that is on here is in purple on a purple, gray, and green sort of a background. This is going to be very hard to read, especially if this goes to print. I would just make that white. Like, I don't think it's going to detract from anything if that path is just straight up white.
Even the font color there for like that forgotten cabin and stuff.
Yeah,
it's what is it? 68% is contrast ratio is like the normal or something like that.
Well, that varies from printer to printer. Like, if I recall this correctly, I think like if you're submitting it to like Drive-Thru RPG and everything,
don't.
Yeah. Did you say don't?
Don't. Sorry.
If you're submitting something through like over there for their printer and Lightning Source, which like I mean for indie people that's the easy route to go.
Oh yeah.
You know, print on demand, very low stress. They're going to handle it. I'm going to fork over more money, but hey, you know what? Like, yeah. It might be Stockholm syndrome, but you know. So I would try to do the contrast there. I have done a couple different books through DriveThruRPG that this would get completely lost in because it mutes dark colors, and think of it like a squish. Okay, so like what they do is if you want to see what this would look like through one of their proofs or something, take your contrast on your PDF and bring it down to like 85%. And that is essentially what the print quality will look like. Yeah.
Here's the thing I had to learn the hard way. So DriveThruRPG, you can't use PNGs as your base unless you flattened it, because the PNGs are just too new of a technology for them.
Yeah, their printer is like 15 years old or something like that.
The PDF export format you need to do is PDFX
2001
2000. Yeah. Well, 2003. It's the update.
Oh, is version. It?
Ooh, but that's 21 years ago.
Yeah, it's old. Yeah. So I like the use of it. I like the use of the artwork so far. I would also just try to look at what some of the other stuff does for this format. If you look at the stuff by like Skull Fungus, there we go. I've got a Skull Fungus pamphlet right here. Boom, Oracle of the Deep. There's your cover, right? 1, 2, 3. So 3 pages, 5-room dungeon, right? Thanks folks in chat. And yeah, I've never done print, so the note on the color stuff is great. Yeah. It's, you know, and not like that's something you need to immediately think about now, but whenever someone would go to try and, since you're not doing print, and this is like a PDF that someone would get, might not have to be a thing that you necessarily think about, but if it's like me, I feel like I can't GM unless I have the thing physically in front of me. So I would even print this out. And we want to make for like as much utility and accessibility as possible. So, you know, this might even be the inclusion of a black and white art-free version where it's condensed down and someone can, you know, print it. Because the layout and everything, this is more like a modern TTRPG. At least the layout is. And you know, that's all. It's all good. Usually, read-aloud text we try to avoid. We were just talking about this a little bit earlier. So, it feels like there's a couple different prompts that you have in here for specific lines of dialogue that might be better handled as like up in the dramatis persona.
The read-aloud text part of a riddle.
Okay, part of it. Gotcha. Okay.
Layout's really good. I mean, obviously, like as someone that does a lot of them, like I see plenty of things, but I mean, this is an early copy.
Yeah.
You probably don't do them professionally like we do. So like, but I mean, this is leagues above what I've seen for a lot of people use. Like,
yeah, the parchment isn't super busy. That's the number one thing I keep seeing in so many, like, you know,
two of the biggest complaints
creators.
I have is usually the background is too fucking busy.
The fucking muddy ass parchment. Oh my god, stop
and
that.
For some reason on these books, like I see 9, sometimes even 8-point font. I'm 40. Yeah. Okay. This is a good size font. I'm not sure what this is. 10. This looks like a 10.
Yeah, from a glance, this feels like maybe a 9 or a 10. I think this is a 10 actually.
I think it's 10.
Because this is at a 100-point scale.
You could probably bump up the line spacing a little bit, but it's a good size text. It's a good size font. It's easy to read.
You just want it to be queer and accessible is your main goal. So like accessibility here, this is why a lot of guys just opt for black and white, like high contrast, very simple. That's that's what they get, right? And I think the if we want to talk about the like queer stylings, these can absolutely come through in the execution of the text itself, right? You can absolutely have your voice shine through in the adventure, without like I guess needing the layout to also convey that, right? I think that for a 5-room dungeon, there's a lot happening in here that I loved. Whenever I first read through this, I love the main storyline that you have going on in here. I think that there's a very, very cool twist that happens with this about halfway through, where it's one of the more evocative things I've seen about conveying the nature of the quote unquote big bad evil guy, or the like, this is the main like character of the plot per se, right? So I think emphasizing on that twist where it goes from dungeon crawl to survival tracking thing, because I guess to summarize this is a dungeon that is essentially based around a revered hunter who it seems like their spirit has manifested as a wraith, and they're trying to figure out what, like, okay, something like arrows of shadow are striking at the livestock now, and everything seems to be coming from this fucking shrine over here that was an old like shrine to this huntress, and like what's happening, whatever. So the heroes are supposed to go over here and check this out, and that's where they find, like, in the sarcophagus of this thing, there's a portal that goes to this other realm. And that portal is where this goes from a dungeon crawl to a quote unquote like a hex crawl in a way. They're starting to actually track down the huntress. And I was like, that's fucking cool. Okay. Yeah. Like, that's super interesting. I love the nature of that. I love the core idea of that. I thought the execution on this was super slick. Yeah. You're 63 years old. You can handle 9 or 8 point, but it depends on the actual font. And I've seen games where the layout artists mess with the line spacing so much that even 14 point is illegible. Yes, that's usually a kerning and a leading problem. Do I have it right, Ken?
Yes. Also,
space vertically, yeah.
Taron and I do disagree on some things because he really loves his justification, but I know a lot of people that are neurodivergent that justification doesn't work well for them because of the variable spacing and kerning. So.
Yeah, I mean, and it's more a matter of, like, with Vagabond, it's the center column line that I have that it looks really good with justification. But if I were to remove that, I mean, it's not like I'm like everybody does justification, but yeah. Okay, so we have the stat blocks are all up here. I would probably move those closer to the end of it. Your random encounter table, I would try to adhere to the idea that every turn that they're in the dungeon, or every 10 minutes scene, however we want to put that, roll a d6. On a roll of a 1, a random encounter occurs. That's the way that everybody kind of knows this system neutral stuff.
I would like to see a little more separation of referenced content in each area. Over the, like, there's some areas where there's like paragraphs of text, but in those paragraphs of text, it's like you find 2 potions of healing and there's 30 gold pieces, but then there's also like other information in the text as well.
Right. Yeah. So something that gets bolded like this, like darkness. As the prayer ends, a wraith appears from the mausoleum. Let me give the intro here. Okay, the tomb of a founding hero, the huntress rests in the graveyard. Here, I'll zoom up on that so you all aren't straining. Rests in the graveyard of a local town. Rumors of a dark shadow resembling the huntress and haunting the graveyard have spread amongst townsfolk. When a town guard is shot with an arrow, some suspect foul play, and when the arrow evaporates into shadow, people begin to fear the rumors are true. When the sun doesn't rise in the morning of the guard's funeral, all are convinced the end is nigh. Could the murderous shadow really be the huntress? That's your kick into it, right? Now, going down here, okay, the morning call. 1d6 plus 2 townsfolk attend a service in the town's clifftop graveyard. An acolyte leads the final prayer as the dead town guard is interred. Area 1, the graveyard, so that is this spot right up in here. Darkness. As the prayer ends, a wraith appears from the mausoleum, B2, and mocks the townsfolk. The wraith looks like the huntress. It has fed on the essence of the huntress's soul, and now intends to turn her town into its hunting grounds as revenge for the huntress killing its master. Okay. So the wraith is going to beset on the town, so now we know its intent. That might need to be a part of the dramatis persona as something that's what's driving this wraith in particular. So right here we've got bullet points, and what I highly recommend is the symbol kind of format that a lot of the like Merkborg and Into the Odd stuff is adopting, because it helps me to understand, like, if I see this down here, it's elements that I need to know for like what's, going on up there. You've got an entire story at the end that I really need to reference at the start.
Okay.
You got an entire story at the front or at the end that you really need to reference at the start.
I think they're just stating that there's still stuff they got to do as far as referencing that stuff.
Gotcha. Okay.
I think for me, one of the main things is so if you've got like a pre-planned adventure, this isn't the worst setup or anything, but when you've got something like these like quick dungeon crawls, this is the type of thing I'm expecting a DM to have never read before they picked it up. Like this is the
yeah.
That's the type of thing that these quick dungeon crawls should be the type of thing where a GM could like pick it up off the table and go, let's run this.
Yeah. That's also going to be a metric that judges are going to be kind of evaluating these on, is sight readability. That's a part of the accessibility criteria. So sight readability, I don't expect everybody to be able to be like perfect bam sight read. There's even like OSE stuff that is written by pros that I don't think is great sight readability. But if it is really sight readable, then like, oh, sick. One of the things that I am read through it, it makes sense. Oh, gotcha. One of the things that I just caught that I would recommend you kind of not do, because I get why you're wanting to do this. So you have all your stat blocks up here at the front. So my first suggestion would be to move those closer to the back. That's where most people are used to referencing that stuff. But you've also included stat blocks down below every single area where they occur. So typically it's like with the zombies right here, I want to say that you laid this out in either InDesign or Affinity. Both of those have a way that you can actually hyperlink your PDF to go to like something that will reference. And you don't need to include this every time that monster comes up in a room, right? Because this is going to eat up your pages. Because we're at a 5-room dungeon that's taking up 9 pages as a PDF right now. I would try to bring this down to like maybe 7, maybe even 6, if you could. And part of that is like the artwork and all here. It does complement it. But even still, maybe being a little bit more sparing as to what artwork does really make it in, Yeah, good shout. It's in Affinity, so I can do it. Yeah. Because I already saw your navigation pane. So, like, you can absolutely do that. Yeah. So you're aware of how this stuff would work out. But yeah, I would recommend linking it to the stat blocks later on instead of just, constantly referencing it.
I get why you did it, because some people are like, I got to go back and like look for the stat block again and stuff like that. Even though personally, I would have just printed them out and have them on the side.
Yeah.
But you shouldn't have to reprint the same stat block over again.
Not at all. No. There's what is it? This is that constant struggle between like accessibility and redundancy, Like you can get to a point where what is like hyper accessibility here? A save. Okay, well, what does it mean to make a save? Now, what does it mean to make a save versus breath? And then we start just basically reprinting the rules as a part of all this stuff, you know. The zombies break out of their graves with ferocity. One of the other things that you can do is, because this is a zombie, you can straight up just like say it's a zombie and never have this stat block anywhere in here. Reason being, zombie is a creature that is so common to every TTRPG, they all probably already have that stat block covered.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, that, or they're just going to default to the basic expert zombie. So you could just straight up list like it's a zombie. Okay, cool. Like, and just you kind of move on with your day. Graves with ferocity. The resulting debris is hurtled with force, save versus breath, or hit for deep. Okay. Break out of their graves. Who I would say like everyone. I guess who does this target is number one thing. Okay, so we have an item thing here. Are you over there making like mac and cheese or some shit? What are you doing?
No,
Ted?
sorry. Pickle Rick he's upset that I haven't fed him in like 6 hours, but he's not getting any more.
Like, is he over there like banging around pots and pans?
Pretty much. He's actually got the little like his food dish and he's dragging it across the front of his cage, being like, "Please, sir."
Father, please, kibbles. Monsters from around the encounter table will be appearing in this manner to terrorize the town until the huntress is put to rest. Okay. So you have like there are zombies and everything that are rising up from this. Okay. So there's a couple things that I think are sort of, if I was to guess what your like background is in adventure writing, I'm guessing mostly 5e. Like mostly 5e, and because the thing that I'm kind of getting here is some things that just sort of feel like this is a fluff thing, right? Like there's fluff text that's in here that isn't really important towards a mechanic, right? So like monsters from the random encounters table will keep appearing in this manner to terrorize the town until the huntress is put to rest. So this is an off-screen kind of a thing. Like this is a thing that is more of the, we were talking about like simulationist aspects, right? Mm-hmm. Where if it's happening off screen, it might as well not even be happening, right? Because we just, not a lot of DMs really track that. So this is a thing that I would encourage you to actually probably just cut. It's just, whenever we're talking about delivering this information as concisely as possible, this feels like a thing that just doesn't really have heavy mechanical weight. Or suddenly, if it's supposed to, the entire time that they're futzing around back over here in this, the dungeon or whatever, now the GM's like, I guess I have to track this over here. And what does that immediately impact, right? So, like, if the final impact of it is, well, some of the townsfolk could die, well, we don't really have to put that weight on the GM to really track, you know?
Yeah, because in this case, it's really a narrative thing, unless it's specifically happening to the players, in which case that wouldn't make sense because it's to the townsfolk.
Right. Is the judging going to be public, as in a live stream? We'll be doing the announcements publicly. The judging will not be public. No, we have not gotten to the Temple of Fallen Stars yet. Yeah. So what do? We are critiquing some of these submissions. Well, I say some of the early drafts, rather, for the Dungeon Jam. So, yeah, I would recommend cutting back like redundant stat blocks, right? So like we'll cut that. This right here, the town will be kept in darkness until the hollow demise is defeated. This is a description that should go up near your hooks. Like this is the problem that's kind of going on. Organizing the information, right? um, the reorganization of the information is going to go a long way to clipping down on your page bloat, right? Um, this is another thing where, like, if we want to keep it accessible, so like another part of accessibility, this sounds really weird, but like this is a constant struggle with accessibility, is having too much, simultaneously having not enough or too much information. And where is that information taking place? So like, I would never give someone like a 30-page book for 4 hours of fun, right? That's the kind of thing that I'm like, I want to deliver a D&D experience or whatever, TTRPG adventure within 4 hours, and I only want that GM to have to spend maybe 15 minutes reading what I did for like a 5-room dungeon, like they understand what's going on, they get the beat, cool, let's move on from there. The moment that we start doing things that are more simulationist, like this up here, where there's another thing that's going on that won't mechanically impact the party other than townsfolk might be dying, that's not the thing that we really want to codify, If it doesn't need to be covered, I try to clip it as much as possible. Yeah, and then the redundancy, yeah. Okay, any other thoughts on that?
Another issue with that stuff, even if you moved it to like a narrative text being like the town is getting attacked or something like that, can still bite you in the butt, because the players, if you mention
they want to go save the town, yeah,
they want to investigate it, so they're going to spend all that time going back to the town,
yeah,
and trying
that's
to save
true.
them.
I forget about that. Yeah, then they think like, oh, well, now it's supposed to be a zombie horde thing. That also sounds cool. Let's go do that instead. Yes, that's actually a really good point. If it's just the initial burst, that's already enough to tell me like, oh, the problem's here, right?
Yeah.
Like, if we're not causing some misdirection for where something else could be going on, then, we do keep things going a little bit more toward the intended adventure here. The mausoleum, 2 pillars hold ever-burning torches in a stone circular room. On the walls hang 10 pictographs etched into hide. They depict the story of the huntress and her 3 companions, the founders of the town. To the north, an alcove is embossed with a bow and arrow pointing downward, the symbol of the huntress. This is a secret door to A5. Starting from the wall hanging to the west of the mausoleum's entrance are 10 pictographs. Roll D10 twice and then D8 twice, D6 twice, and so on to determine the random order of the pictograph. Wait. Hang on. Okay.
What happens if you roll the same thing?
Is it... Wait, so roll...
D10 twice. So... Wait, that only gives you 6 pictographs.
Wait, yeah. You just didn't know how to randomize this? Then don't randomize it.
I was about to ask, why do they have to be randomized?
Yeah, don't randomize it then. Just put it in a certain order, because now you've made work for the GM to do, right? We want it to be clean, and this is a part of the site readability and accessibility. And so on, and so on would be so on. Yeah. Like, this is an element that doesn't really need to be randomized in your dungeon. I would just say, like, have it in a certain order, because if I remember right, this felt like a construct a story style puzzle, which is cool. Like, I was like, that's the type of puzzle that, like, everybody knows. Like, I mean, this is, unless you have, like, a hole in your head or something, this is a thing that people know. Cake, this is what we do, right? Literally, because, like I was saying in the Discord, whenever they're doing brain surgery on people, they have you construct these types of puzzles, because they want to make sure that you have basic cognition to recognize sequencing of events, object permanence, things like that. This type of puzzle right here, perfect, simple, everyone's going to get it. So I would just come up with like a beat that is somewhat random, 11 shouldn't be number 2. Oops. Glad you're getting this feedback now. Yeah.
Yeah, I figured that out when I was reading it.
Yeah. So I would cut back on that and just give it a like, simple. But also, here's the big deal. Simplify these descriptions. Like, cut them back a lot. Maybe like one sentence. Boom, right? A young boy wearing a cloak. Okay, a boy wearing a cloak plays with his bow and doll. A boy wearing a cloak plays with a bow and doll. Okay, got it. This is conveying childhood, right? A young boy hunts with a white stag, a symbol of the forest spirits. Both are outlined with markings of power. A boy hunts with a white stag. So I don't think that this needs to be here. A symbol of the forest spirits. A young boy radiates with magic energy, hunting beside a white stag. Something like that. Maybe even describe that like we say a young boy, a teen hunts with a white stag, It's something that shows possibly the wording itself conveying a tiny bit of progress in the aging. A person is split in half. The left side is a young man, and the right side is the huntress, but they wear the same cloak. Okay, so person split in half. The left side is a young man. Okay, so we do have a progress right here. And the right side is the huntress, but they wear the same cloak.
I look at this way, like play this out on how it would be played for a second. Your players are going to come up and be like, all right, well, what's this pictograph? Well, the huntress and the knight travel down the road, the rogue and the wizard wave in the distance, blah, blah, blah. Okay, cool. What's the next one? The huntress intervenes, a knight fighting the white stag. Like you're going to have to go through each one of these, describing them. You've now just read like half a page of text.
Yeah. The fact that the pictograph puzzle is taking up over a quarter of the page would be a problem. The person being split in half. How like I'm trying to think of like because this is clearly a site of like conflicting with gender identity. So the way that I would like probably try to convey this here. Ooh, they wear the same cloak. Okay. I would try
a picture of the huntress, the left side being a young man, the right side being the huntress.
Maybe
like you could get it down to a sentence.
Yeah, I would again reduce. The huntress intervenes, a knight fighting the white stag. The huntress takes mercy and heals the defeated knight with her nature magic whilst in the forest. Okay. So we're seeing the progress of the story occurring through here. But I still think you have too many elements going on here. I would honestly try to reduce it down to 6. Like, meeting with a group, meeting with this group that we have in here. Okay, so this seems to be kind of important. And I know it's important because it will occur as something that happens later on. The huntress kills the knight. Okay. Oh, okay. Turning into shadow fights the huntress kills the knight. Gotcha. Aerial pose. What the shadow around her swirls and she's caught in a vortex. Okay, so 10 looks like it could potentially get clipped. This is like there's this betrayal, that feels very what's the right word for that? This feels very storybook. Almost Zelda-esque. When rearranged into the numbered order, the secret door to the north. Oh, okay, this is accidentally numbered. Okay, that's what you meant over there. Okay. Oh yeah, later, Rue. Thank you so much for the submission. Yeah. So without really going through and being like, here's exactly how you cut it or anything like that, simply put, try to figure out how to convey these in like one sentence. Maybe take up a line, right? These need to be like, what do we see? Okay, we see this. There's a subject, and if you start saying the huntress, right? You might even like leave out the age, right? Maybe put that as a like, if they ask age, it's this. And that is your like secret clue and hint as to how to assemble these, at least super early on. Yeah. Because I like the idea of this puzzle, but like Ked was saying, I think in practical playability, it should like hit and be a clean, we know what's up. We don't need their whole biography told to us right here. Yeah. By the way, as many times as I've been playing TTRPGs and all that stuff, as many times as I've had NPCs and I'm like, cool, whatever. Very rarely do I see players that would retain all of this information to convey, like, here's this NPC. Usually that's the kind of stuff that emerges as they're interested in it, not necessarily that, like, they engage with this puzzle and now they need to learn about this, right?
Yeah.
So we have another redundant stat block here that I would just kind of kick and then move all the stat blocks later on, because otherwise, boom, this is perfect. Look at how simple this is. Dimly lit. The room contains parts of hunted beasts and monsters, trophies from where the huntress was alive. 2 shadows are hidden here. They attack if a trophy is removed. Cake! Yes! That right there. Perfect. Got it. Yeah, as soon as your co-host mentioned that, I was totally in agreement. I would hate listening to all that Read-aloud. Yeah. We want to, like, keep people's, like, oh, okay, wait. So what's happening with it? Okay. So now they're curious about interacting with it, not they're being lectured on it,
Yeah. It's not a big info dump. I'll be right back. I gotta go kill a chinchilla.
Right on. I would also just make mention that, like, trophies from where the hunters is alive, just make sure that that's the thing that you put as the meta tag, right? The, like, trophies. If the trophies are disturbed, 2 shadows will attack. Got it. Okay. Equipment room, locked and dimly lit. Displayed on pedestals in this room are a bow +1 and quiver of arrows, 2 potions of healing, and many useful dried herbs worth 30 gold pieces. The herbs can be crafted to 2 more potions of healing. Taking the bow triggers a pressure plate. By the way, herbs can be crafted into 2 more potions of healing. This feels like it's very specific and forcing a type of item to be created. Dry herbs worth 30 gold pieces. Leave that open to interpretation, because now it's either too specific or not specific enough, where, like, okay, well, potions of healing, well, this could mean different things in different systems. So, like, this is getting a bit so specific that it almost feels like it's kind of pushing it more towards that video game aspect of these ingredients are used for this specific thing, not the overall, well, why couldn't these herbs be used for these other things, right? I would try to open that up a bit more. Or if they just want to sell it, they can sell it,
Also, you're not going to get a lot of downtime in a 5-room dungeon setup.
Yeah. Also, the way that this would work in Vagabond is this tells me right here that, like, well, number one, it would be 3 gold pieces in Vagabond, but that's fine. This actually goes towards crafting a lot of potions. That's really, really good. Dried herbs worth 30 gold pieces. That's very nice. Taking the bow triggers a pressure plate, and gas erupts from the podium. Holding the short bow, save burst poison, or take one. Good. I like the trap. Yes, I like your trap. Only thing about this trap, Ked, could you figure out what I am kind of like on?
Oh, I'm catching up. 1 second. Take the bow triggers a pressure plate. Gas erupts from the podium, holding the short bow. Save versus poison. Blah. Poisoning all inside the room that need to breathe. Is it about the time? Like, how does it end? How long does it last? All of that.
So that's all good because there's the 1d4 rounds. That's all fine.
It all has take it. I'm talking about the poison. Oh, I guess it's an instant poison thing.
Yeah. I don't think that this is telegraphed very well. Like, I think that with traps, maybe there should be an indicator in here Because, like, I like the trap idea. Yes, you tempt them. They are tempted to take the thing. Cool. Is there anything that would clue them in to this might be a trap?
Displayed on pedestals in this room. So they're on pedestals. I don't know if it is needed. I mean, they're already on a pedestal. They're already being brought attention to that they are special in some way. And I mean, it's in a dungeon. You're expecting deadly shit. It's not like they were just laying on the floor. I don't know if it needs to be telegraphed here.
It erupts from the podium. See, to me, I guess like the clue in on this would be like it's just sitting there, right?
Well, it's sitting there on a pedestal in the middle of the room. I mean, think of Indiana Jones there for a minute. There wasn't a lot saying that was a trap, but it was on a pedestal in the middle of the room. He knew it was going to be a trap.
I guess the idea of suspicion, the idea of like this is too clearly like a trap is the thing. I guess to anybody that's watched Indiana Jones, they're like, yeah, okay, they're offering this to you. This is a trap. I guess that's fair. Yeah.
Because it's not like it has a cage around it or it was protected by anything. It's in the middle of an open room on a pedestal being like, take me. I mean, that sets my lizard brain into like protect mode.
Will all submissions get a 2-minute trailer to explain what they're about and wait, when did I say I would do a 2-minute trailer? Where to find them at the end of the contest, or will only winners and early submits get feedback and shout outs? Wait, what? Will all submissions get...
I think they were asking if we're gonna do some like critiques and feedback on everyone's stuff.
Oh, I mean, like we're going through and doing what we can, or at least what I can. But yeah, some of these critique streams have been kind of long. So there's 40 people in there. I gotta kind of think about what I can and can't do. But I mean, if people submit it and they like gave me permission to, do all that stuff, then like, yeah, that's what I was over here kind of doing the critiques of. Plus, I was really hoping that the critiques would be another way for people to see like how to do productive and constructive critique, and still not like, I don't think that we've ever hated on a thing necessarily, but I know quite a lot of people who aren't really doing a whole lot of like creative work, see critiques as just hating on things.
Mm-hmm.
And in talking about these critiques, we're still like constantly giving ideas about like what we think maybe this could or could not be. We're trying to help people improve is what I'm saying. Yeah. But yeah, as far as like, are they going to get some kind of a promo or something like that? I mean, they're getting the submissions, and then if we'll talk about winners and stuff at the end. We have an announcement stream of where we'll be going through and talking about that, but I don't know. Yeah, I just think it will feel better for everyone in the contest to get a shout out about their dungeon and where to find it, even if they didn't win. I mean,
we could have a master list or something.
Yeah, like maybe somewhere. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, as a part of this, it's been this whole week we've been trying to do the process of creating all this and whatnot.
I mean, if you want a shout out on where to find it is the Game Jam Discord in like the critique section.
Yeah.
I'm sure you could always set up like a final here's a hosted list of them or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Sorry, there's just kind of an odd kind of energy behind that, so I'm just gonna move on. Okay, so Tomb of the Huntress. Oh, by the way, sorry, before I forget, one of the things that I would kind of recommend on here, because I know that you said like you haven't gotten to that part quite yet. In labeling the symbols and passageways to where you could go, I just now realized that like I can see how they connect on the map. But I would still really like that conveyed on the room elements, Still try to get that out, Okay, so Tomb of the Huntress. Darkness, the tomb contains a sarcophagus, and its center, removing the lid of the sarcophagus takes great strength. Upon removing the lid, a swirling portal is revealed. A wraith resembling the huntress lunges from the darkness and attacks. The portal can be entered by moving into the empty sarcophagus. Okay, so first off, this top thing. Removing the lid of the sarcophagus takes great strength. What's your take on this, Ked?
I don't know what your take's going to be. I actually don't mind it because you wanted this to be as system agnostic as possible.
Right.
So by saying it takes great strength, you're prompting someone to say, maybe if for some reason we need to, we could make this a check of some kind. And this doesn't limit you to what specifically, or even if you really need to. It kind of leaves it up to the GM. I don't mind it.
What happens if you fail to check?
Well, once again, that leads into our discussion is don't label a role unless it adds something to the story.
Exactly. Right. So sometimes what they've done in this is, at least what I think you have going on here is this is kind of locking something to progress the story behind something that could be a skill check, right? So like they could bust open the sarcophagus, I guess, but yeah. They can remove the lid of the sarcophagus, but it takes great strength. So one of the things that they did in like Basic Expert was, what was it? You have to have a combined strength of 30 to physically manipulate this stuff. Like that was kind of common in a lot of old school stuff. But I also agree with Ked in that because it's a system neutral thing, this isn't really the kind of thing that we should get super specific in covering. But so we have a stone sarcophagus here. Removing the lid of the sarcophagus takes great strength. So if we don't remove the lid, okay, so we don't really trigger the wraith, which then is required for us to move through the portal and continue the quest, right? Main plot point maybe shouldn't have a strength gate though. Exactly.
Yeah.
The skill check kind of stuff, strength gate kind of stuff, I would secure that for like secrets, you know.
If you really want to rewrite that sentence, honestly, you could just replace the word strength with effort.
Sure. And then what does that convey?
It's just a narrative point at that point, just being like it's for the GM to say it takes great effort to do. There's no role involved. You're just saying that like, because it's a role-playing game. You get a little bit of role-playing mixed in there, right? It's very much like, okay, you just described, you worked together, you got the lid off. It took a great amount of effort.
I would just say it's like a stone sarcophagus. It's heavy. Yeah. You know, I mean, I would go that simple. Because the moment that we imply something like it could be a challenge, this is insinuating that there's a chance for failure, and that if it does fail, then you know, so like, to me, whenever I'm reading something like that and it's like it takes great strength, that implies a check of some kind to me, right? And I would say only really try to write checks in, or like write text that could be like implying a check, if there's a consequence to the failure, you know. Otherwise, this is like, it's a stone sarcophagus, you know, and you could just leave it open like that. After removing the lid, a swirling portal is revealed. A wraith resembling the huntress lunges from the darkness and attacks. Okay.
Oh, I do have one question. Like, okay, it's assumed they're probably going to remove the lid.
Yeah.
The PCs being PCs. But what if they don't? Is there anything in this adventure prompting them to want to remove this lid? I haven't seen that.
Right. Because this feels like the kind of thing that would be sort of a secretive activity, right? Like, this portal is hidden behind a bit of a specific interaction here, right? So because it's lifting this, and then there's the wraith that attacks, you know, I would say because you had the wraith earlier, what if this tomb was already previously plundered? People suspected the huntress They wanted to go and make sure that she was gone, and went and removed it, and that's why the Wraith is haunting this thing. And they see this swirling portal whenever they go in here. You know, the sarcophagus is already open. The Wraith is in here now, and there's the portal. Like, have that stuff kind of already, like, revealed, right? The townsfolk think the hunting them is the dead shadow of the huntress. That's sort of my nudge to the PCs to go look at the tomb. Yeah, I kind of think about, like, at least story-wise, though, like, is XYZ necessary, right? Is this interaction necessary to progress the story? If so, how can we maybe clip that to where the story still moves forward, even if they don't interact with this thing, right? Like, I love whenever quests can sort of run themselves. Like, this is here, they can choose to interact with it. And I think the more and more that you put up these guards of, like, this is a very Fallout, Bethesda, Skyrim style of RPG, where they keep putting up skill check in order for you to progress certain quests. But if you look at games like Fallout 4 or Fallout New Vegas, so the problem with this started to become with, like, Fallout 3, people were just save scumming. Because Fallout 3 was actually a die roll system. I think it was, like, actually a D100. So people were realizing that it's all chance based, and they would just go up before something they really wanted to pass, or a certain, like, social thing that they really wanted to make sure happened. And if you save scummed enough, you essentially had a character with 100% checks and everything. You know? Like, if you just wanted to go up and, like, automatically try to, like, force open a lock and you failed the check, jamming it wasn't enough. They would just save scum, you know? So the way that they fixed this in New Vegas, because Obsidian is just an objectively better developer than Bethesda, Obsidian made it all passives. So it was still the D100 base, but it was all measured against what your level in that thing was, and there was no die roll to it. There wasn't any chance. It was just, I built my character to do this. That means at these certain levels, I unlock certain dialogue, or I can attempt to try to do this thing, right? Brilliant change. Absolutely brilliant change. Then, if you go over to Fallout 4, I believe Fallout 4 kept that ethos, if I'm recalling that right. Some stuff might still be a die roll, I think, if I'm recalling this right.
Some of the social interaction stuff. Yeah, I believe there is a randomization in the background. Most of it, some of it, most of it's not, though.
Yeah. Like, there's your character just responding like, I can't hack this, or like, I can't get into this. That's too tough for me, or something like that.
Yeah.
So they're still realizing that cap right there. So a couple different ideas on how they went about that, but yeah.
For me, one of the things with this is and I think it would be a good idea if you just walked in the room and there was a swirling portal in a broken lid to a sarcophagus, and I think that would be a good idea. Is you don't know the type of people that are going to play. You mentioned I have this information that nudges the players to this. Thing is, I've played with very obtuse players before, like very obtuse. Nudging isn't going to work. Like,
right.
As a result of some of these people I played with, I sometimes ask myself, would an 8-year-old high on cocaine understand what I'm trying to put across here?
Yeah. This is another reason why reduce. You'll find that your stuff that you make is a lot more compatible and a lot more understandable, and more people will appreciate it the more you cut back on the purple, right? The less that you do this sort of, like, we're nudging you, and it's more of a, like, here you go, here's this concept, here's what's going on. Present a situation, right? This is a situation. Here is what is occurring, not here's what will occur if X happens, right? Is that, I think, does that kind of summarize it?
Yeah, that's pretty good for it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, but that being said, Here's where this twist comes up. And this twist in the portal, while this is all happening right here, awesome. Because what happens now is you get sucked into this like sort of ethereal wilderness where you're at the hunter's camp. The PCs emerge from a one-way stone portal and an umbral forest clearing atop a cliff. Despite the low light, a keen eye might be able to make out the rest of the forest areas from their elevated position. From the way the shadows move, a studious, something like that? Studious, there we go. Individual will understand that this is a different plane from one of the PCs left. Okay, that could get cut. For the way the shadows move, a studious, because this isn't really giving me a mechanic here. This is just implying like this is the knowledge, right? The hunter camp is well stocked. Around the campfire are 3 figures preparing for a hunt: the knight, the wizard, and the rogue. The 3 companions are manifestations of the Hall of Demise, meant to keep the hunters trapped here. The companions wish to trap the hunters and PCs in this realm. However, they know the white stag, a spirit of the huntress' forest, protects her. So this is all dramatis personae. All this stuff doesn't really need to be in the area description. This can be handled like, faction text is what I would think.
Yeah. Yeah, you could just say that you find the knight, the wizard, and the rogue here.
Yeah. And just
I do like this twist, though. I like even from some of the prose that's happening there. I really like the imagery. I like suddenly being like the dark forest. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a very, very cool idea where it goes from like, okay, we're clearing out an undead from this grave. That's like very, stock D&D adventure, into suddenly, oh, wait, this just became a survivalist mission. So, because like this is going to get into tracking and everything next.
Yeah.
Cool. I have read so many adventures. I have never seen something do something quite like this. Sick. And very evocative for the character that you built up around the huntress. The companions will try to trick the PCs to kill the white stag for them, challenging them to hunt it before 66 times 10 minutes have passed. Okay. I would just say don't randomize your time. There's stuff that you're randomizing in here that doesn't need randomization.
Yeah.
66 times 10 minutes. Now, me as a GM, I'm looking at that and I go, why does this seem to be... Okay, so 66 times 10. They need to kill this within 6, 12, 18... nice roll. 20, 22, 25. 25 times 10, so 250 minutes, which is 4 hours. They need to kill it within 4 hours.
Yeah.
So this is a level of like randomization that doesn't really need to be there. Just list a couple hours, whatever it is. If the PCs win, they will tell them where to find the huntress and tell them. Oh wait, sorry, I just tried to. The PCs will try to trick the PC. Okay, gotcha. Challenging them to hunt it. So if the PCs wait, what are they? Oh, is it a contest? Like the companions are going to try to hunt it down before the player characters do.
If the PCs lose, they'll keep these. Right now, it just seems within a time limit.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Gotcha.
It's a race.
Okay, so if you win, we tell you where the huntress is. If you lose, you're trapped here forever. Okay. The companions warn the PCs that the white stag can be anywhere in the forest, and once encountered, it is likely to run. So what if they don't take on this challenge? Is that a thing that could happen?
I imagine that'd be just a fail.
So then they just get stuck here, and that's what they have to do?
Companions warn the PCs.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, what happens on a failure? Like the failure saver, like if they lose, they're stuck here.
And then that's just kind of the wrath of the...
And then what?
Yeah. I don't think that this companion is this contest is... I don't know that this is the way to handle this. Or really what like the... Okay, so there's a drive going on here for like they have to hunt this within a certain amount of time.
I would say I would say get rid of the competition bit. If they're trying to trick them into killing the
Yeah.
white stag, there's other levels of deception you could be using here. Being like they're trying to convince them it's the white stag that's the bad guy or something like that.
Yeah, and then
They go back to the camp. You could see what would happen on the fail.
and they go back. Wait, these companions trick them, and they go back to the camp, and you can see what would happen on a fail. Okay.
Call of Duty zombie maps are perfect 5-room dungeons.
I actually just think it's a concept issue. I don't think that this contest is a great way to handle the drive to go and hunt this white stag down. If they're trying to trick them, I would think that like the thing that they've constantly been seeing is like shadows, the wraith, whatever. Maybe like if these these companions are like, no, that thing, that white stag, this thing has been tricking the huntress for years. This thing corrupted her mind. Or you could just say that white stag is an avatar of, it's like an avatar of death that has taken on the form of her like trusted benefactor or patron, right? This thing is taking on a false appearance of her patron, and like we've been here trying to get rid of that thing. And so that then becomes, instead of it being a very mechanical contest in which things are very black and white, either the players get it or they don't. They could just like not engage with that game. Now it's like, oh, okay, well, who do we actually trust here? Yeah, I might try to go with that angle instead. The deception thing is that I just think it's an alternate, right? Like, I just think that mechanically and like at least in keeping a story going, we don't hit a roadblock here, right?
Yeah, because my main thing is if they fail, the PCs are trapped here.
Yeah. Especially in a 5-room dungeon, you want to think of these as side quests.
Like
right?
You mentioned go past B5, so like it probably explains it more, but the problem is if you get to this point, it says, well, you're trapped here, and you haven't read this ahead of time, you might be a little confused on where to go.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know if you were in here earlier. I don't know if you were in here earlier for this, but we were talking about your map. So there's a lot of like kind of purple gray, I guess it's verdigris, greens and like all that, but your path that you've used here is purple. And that is not enough contrast, especially for colorblind people. If you go white with the path, it doesn't really hurt the look of your map. But purple on here is like really, really hard to stand out. Yeah, it needs white. Yeah, I would go white dots on that. Yeah. Also, I would keep your headers consistent with what's down here. The map, it says like B3, tree line, pond, etc., etc. Those need to be consistent with like your headers up here, the font and everything, because now we're kind of hitting a point where we're using like 4 or 5 different fonts on a page. At least just, my layout advice is try to keep it down to like maybe 3 fonts, I think like on Vagabond I used 2. Wait, no, is that right? No, I did only use 2. Yeah, I used Escapade and Paradigm. Everything is just like a version of one of those 2 fonts.
Oh, hey, bud, how's it going?
Yeah. Huh?
Oh, How to RPGs.
Oh, hey, what up, Fred?
Long time no see.
He was doing the Daggerheart thing with you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a whole other discussion.
Yeah. The forest is thick. Wow, the forest is thick. Sorry. should I say Freudian slip on that one? I can export it to GIMP and then do the text overlay there instead of in WonderDraft. Well, if you're working in Affinity, just
do it in Affinity.
Yeah, just do all the text in Affinity. You don't need to put it like on the map, just put it as like you have the text overlaid in Affinity, and it will even like copy paste over.
And the cool thing is, if you do it in Affinity, and then when you do the export, if someone really wanted to, they could go in and extract the image without the text.
Exactly. Right? It's so good. Yeah. So the forest is thick with vegetation and kept in perpetual night. Okay. I would say this darkness tag right here should be a general description of this new area we're suddenly in. Right? So if the entire forest is like this, make that a description of the area. Because now we've gone from like a, dungeon, the tomb, into we're into this different area. So I would include that as just a general idea there. Yeah. As text boxes, I didn't think of that. Yeah, I mean, well, text box, like text frames, things like that, Yeah. These right here, these are part of your image. So like, because of that, this asset, I know that if I like copy saved it, it's going to also have these images on here as well. But if it's a PDF and these are actually just text boxes on top of the map, then I know I can click save and then I can use that for VTTs or do whatever, Features below into the wilds. Yeah. There you go. Okay, so the darkness, move that back up there. A sharp eye can discern. Recently used deer run into the forest, which splits into 3 different runs that go to P3. Okay, so that would be handled as a passage tag. Knowledge of animals can reveal likely locations the white stack would be, such as a water source or an area with wild. Okay. So this is some of the stuff that we were talking about yesterday.
Yeah, another gate.
Yeah.
What if they fail it? Do they not find them?
Like, these should just be general qualities of the area.
The only reason I would have a knowledge check here for finding the white stag is if you were on the clock and you were racing against time, like there was a reason you had to find it. Now she did originally, or they did originally have, this was supposed to be a limited contest, right? So
right.
That's probably why this is here. If you get rid of it, you'll probably want to get rid of the knowledge check.
Yeah, because the thing that makes this incredibly cool to me is that there is a survival moment happening in here, which is like extremely, extremely rare that I really see in a dungeon crawl. How many total entrants are in the jam? There's like 44. There's only like 41 showing up in the Discord, but I know of at least 3 others that aren't in the Discord just yet. I just found out today, fucking Dungeon Dad signed up for the jam. I was like, okay, sick. We'll see, man.
All right, cool.
Yeah, I know. I was like, yeah. Oh, exactly. Yeah, we just immediately like tipped the scales down. So, okay. I don't think that the trick would be to get rid of this survival thing. This to me is so goddamn cool for the quote unquote gimmick of this dungeon that like you gotta keep this. This is such a great idea. They're transported out into this forest. Very cool. Now, if I could drop some crazy, like, I guess, kind of gonzo fantasy from my mind deal in this. So they're in a forest right now, right? How about this? What if we literally go to hex crawling here, where instead of it being this forest area, it is a wilderness that is like suspended in some kind of a cosmic array of like brilliant stars or whatever we want to say up overhead, right? Some kind of a galactic just explosion up in the sky, or we could just say a mile high canopy of trees where it's actually several like massive lightning bugs that flicker and provide light intermittently or something like that. Um, Going more towards like wilderness taken to the weird large, you know. And instead of doing a couple points that are here on this map, handle it as like a one flower hex crawl, where like this is the wilderness that they are in. This is like the white stag's domain. And like they would have to kind of go through here over the course of maybe a couple days and like figure out what this, you know, issue is. Um Go in leaning in hard in on the idea of a hex crawl and survivalism, right? Um and in that you could even do like things if they find something that they're trying to forage. We have a new like wandering monster table that we can include in this section right here. We say, you know, some of the monsters are like hyper exaggerated versions or like dire versions of these characters. If the white stag recognizes them as hostile, all these other monsters are hostile to them. Things like that, you know. This is supposed to be like a white stag's domain. Because right now it just sort of feels like, well, so that we're in the wilderness. What if we tried to go through the trees and out? Right? So like this is establishing a boundary. It's establishing something of like there's a cool like hex crawl, we still get those elements, but like we generally know this is the area to be engaged with, you know. And if your idea of your boundary is cool enough, players won't give a fuck that they're like in a little tiny teeny tiny sandbox here. They're gonna make sandcastles for as long as they want, you know. But yeah, so like make your like if they go through this portal and suddenly we're in this area right here. Well, what could take this advice? This is the one thing I always keep in mind whenever I'm doing any of these designs. Take the familiar and make it strange. So we have a forest here. The fact that we just came to this other plane from a portal is like, oh, okay, well, we teleported. But what about the forest could you take and make it like echo it out, right? Like what's the weird things that we can do? Especially if this is the domain of some white stag, this feels arc-fey. This feels like this should be something that is like, this was able to give this hunter's powers. Why, what about this environment echoes that? The trees. In the bark, you can see glowing white arcs through the bark that kind of glimmer every once in a while. In the air, you can see even the birds that are flying have antlers. The rabbits, they're actually jackalopes with glowing white antlers. Things like that, you know.
It's a fantasy game. That's why whenever those people are like, "Oh, it's not very realistic." Yes, welcome to the fantasy game.
Exactly.
Glad you have joined us.
Yeah, it's like we don't go medieval like simulationist here. We go like we like to stretch the boundaries of what our expectations are supposed to be. And all my favorite adventures, all my favorite like quests or whatever, have a moment that just makes me go, "Oh, that's fucking cool." Like you know that like ooh, oh weird, right? Like I've got a journal. Where is it? It's like back there on the couch somewhere. I have a journal with me that I just jot down like I try to push those boundaries of like what is something that I can take from a fantasy inspiration and twist it to make somebody go like, I want to look at that. That's cool. And I think just like even last night I had this idea of like two towers that were like twisting in on each other. And like one of them was black, the other one was white. And the black one was like shattered in a couple different areas, but it was still like up in the air floating. And there was like fire kind of coming out from this plumage on the top. And it had like archers, what do they call those? Palisades or whatever, all along the top. and then the other one is like this spire where it's like a big pointed top, and a lightning rod at the very top. And one was black, one was white. And I was like, I don't know what it is about that, but like that's cool. If I saw that, I'd be like, the fuck, yes, let's go look. It's come up with a location that makes people want to go explore it. Not just like let's throw a forest in front of you and say go look. Yeah. You weren't kidding though earlier. Look at any COD zombies map that they're Jaquain the hell. It was a very stark realization when you were playing the other day. That's funny. Okay, so we have the Dryad. I'm kind of skimming because I know that there was like, I think Tristan was in here. And I know we've been out on this one for a hot second. I know that you have the twist of having, we have the child. Okay, so with the revelation at the end, we have the hollow demise, right? This is like your big boss. Curse of the hollow demise. Ignore shadow immediately when killed. It cannot be resurrected. Oh yeah. Okay, so I saw this and thought that this was a really interesting curse. So the only thing with this at the very end that cannot be resurrected, this actually isn't super common in a lot of BX derivatives. There's actually several games that like just don't have resurrection magic. I get why this is here. And it's
I'm okay with it because if it's a game that doesn't have it, then whatever, the other sentence is what applies. And if it does have it, then cool. It's like an extra thing.
Yeah. Well, it is cool that like while you're cursed by it, you do ignore this trait of this creature. So as long as you take on the curse, you're able to like that's a cool silver bullet. Retreat ally as foe for 2d4 rounds. Exposure to bright light at the start of one turn reduces duration by 1 round. I know we really skipped ahead, but I know that I needed to take a break for a second as well. Okay, so Ken, do you have any thoughts, like any closing thoughts kind of on this one?
There's a lot in this one.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, there's still work that needs to be done, but I mean, all of these are like that because they're still in the drafting stage.
Mm-hmm.
I really like the theme to this. I really like there's a lot of imagery in this. Like even with simple like 1 or 2 sentences, you've managed to create very good imagery. I like the concept of this like natural hunting, like survival situation in a 5-room dungeon. I think it's really creative. It's really unique. I also think you've got the beginning stages of what can turn into a really good layout. Does need a bit of tinkering, but I think like this is probably the most impressive one we've seen so far as that's concerned. Not that that's a big point as far as this competition is concerned, but it just needs cleanup. Really, it's a really good concept. It just needs some cleanup, and I think you've got a pretty banging product here, to be honest.
Yeah, I think that focus on the idea of like, I know that we feel, especially if our backgrounds are in 5e Pathfinder, we feel that seeing a lot of this high color art is something that's going to really push us toward like this is a better product, or like this is what makes a quality product. It doesn't truly. This can actually hurt your accessibility, right? Any advice on how to do the hex crawl at all? Yes. Yes, I do. I would recommend. Actually, where's this at? Okay. There you go. Bingo Bango, Vast in the Dark Expanded. This is by Charles Ferguson Avery. This is constructed. This is a setting that is constructed for a hex crawl, for hex crawl. And one of the ways in which it achieves this is by showing like here's a regional scale where like 6 mile per hex, and then here is a local scale for 1 mile per hex. What I recommend you do, because this can be handled pretty quick, is to do the 1 mile per hex map here. And to move through each one, it's 1 hour, right? 1 mile, 1 hour. This is covering like we're searching, doing whatever. And one of the things you could do is like actually, here, I'll pull that right back up immediately. Kind of label it, right? We're like 1, 2, 3, 4, or what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And do that, you know, from left to right. So each column would be 1, 2, right, left, right, 3, left, right, 4. And going from top to bottom, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like that. And what you can do is randomly roll out where the white stag is, something like that. Throw in a couple points of interest, let that be part of the 5-room dungeon, you know? Each point is one of the rooms. And then let the hex crawling rules for the system that applies be the thing that kicks in for that. And if you do that, I swear to you, I think that that's going to be like such a fucking cool concept. Suddenly we go from dungeon crawl to like, oh fuck, we might be here a second, huh? You know? And you can even do that like time dilation thing. Time travel or time moves differently here. Hyperbaric time chamber the fuck out of it, right? Yeah, but I think with that one, I the only other note that I kind of have for that is simplify, reduce. Figure out the sorting of the information and a nice clean package on this one. And this is mostly just for like final like print and everything, like what you would be doing. I'm gonna tell you straight up, most of your audience that would be able to actually really be able to play this needs it to be in black and white. They're gonna want to print it, and a lot of like high color, high art stuff. They want to get this stuff as nice and clean of a package as they can. So I would try to go with like black and white, you know. These maps are like, this would absolutely work for all kinds of tables that are going to run this. But we want to focus on as much high utility as we can out of everything, you know. Yeah. Really good feedback. Really appreciate this. You've been working solo for so long. Nice to just bounce ideas with others and hear some constructive critique. Yeah, that's what this is all about. I think, like I said, great concept. Awesome concept. But yeah, I think that with some chiseling, refining, polishing, and everything, this is going to go from like cool idea to really fucking cool dungeon. Yeah. Working alone as a creator, as you might know, is oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I got you there. If anyone can sympathize, it's this dude that has spent the last year and a half writing a 250-page game. And this dude over here that has likewise done the same thing.
I wish mine was only 250 pages.
Well, yeah, you've gone.
Well, mine has a whole setting attached to it and shit. Like yours is like just the game.
So with that, let me I know I'm gonna take a break. Ken, do we still have you for a while, or what are you doing?
No, I gotta get up at like 8 a.m. for the funeral, so
okay.
And it's like 2 a.m. for me right now. I gotta be up in like 6 hours.
Well, shout yourself out, do all that good stuff.
Yeah, Ketup, QEDHUP. You can find me on all the socials, but primarily, I guess, on my YouTubes and my Ko-fi links. I do a lot of the RPG stuff. Obviously, it's why I'm on here. Lot of Cypher stuff, but I branched out to a lot of other games as well. I like tinkering with other shit. And my sci-fi horror RPG Void Home, which is a very, very heavily modified version of Cypher, is it's had its first playtest already released. People are checking it out. Second playtest, if it wasn't for life events, would already be out. So it should be out soon. And yeah, I'm pretty proud of the direction that it's going, all things considered. So you can check that stuff out.
Yeah, man. Well, with that, I'll let you go, and I am going to take a break. So, Ked, thank you so much, and we will see you soon.
Bye.
Right, later, buddy. All right, chat. Yep, let me take a 5 to 10 minute. I'll leave you all along with some music for a second, and then we'll be back. Okay. All right. So, I think the next one that we had up, I know Tristan was in chat a second ago. Okay. Oh, you're out this chair. Okay, here we go. All right, I got goldfish. Hey, is there a chance for the jam to be extended until later on the same day? How do you mean? Also, Old Bay goldfish are like my new favorite snack food ever. So let me know if you guys can hear any crunching because I'm trying to stay away from the mic on. But you guys gotta eat, okay? 4 extra. What would 4 extra hours help out with? Oh, probably because of work stuff. You have Old Bay goldfish too right now too. Um. God damn, these are so good. I'm like, I've never been a goldfish guy, but then I saw on Twitter someone was like, "Goldfish, you need to not make these limited time only," and I was like, "Okay, well, let me check it out." And I got a bag off Amazon, and I was like, "Holy shit, these are so good!" Oh man, yeah. Hey, Goldfish, you wanna throw your guy a sponsorship? I will shill this shit till the end of my life, man. All right. It makes sense with like possibly working and everything, maybe, but I mean, we'll be flexible. We'll be flexible. Um, yeah, I was trying to give everybody a deadline because you know what? Deadlines make you make you refine that work and limit your scope. So I would try to adhere to the deadline because the objective of that is to make sure that you get a thing done. Now, okay. I'm gonna scroll real quick. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L. Okay, so we got 12. Okay, so we're not really done with this quite yet. So, Tristan, can you tell me something specific that you're looking for critique on this? Maybe you already have and I did not see it. All right, yeah, I want to see what specifically you're looking for. Framework connection. Floors 1 and 2 are mostly done. Okay, so what do you want me to kind of take a look at? Because like if I can focus the critique in on a thing, I'd love to figure out like, you know, something less general maybe. Because if there's something that you need help with, then I'd like to focus on that in particular. Especially since you're still not quite like done with a draft yet. Um, hmm. Anything? Bueller. You love to know whether you need to describe things more, especially NPCs, monsters, which I left vague for no stat block. Okay. So, monsters you've left vague. Before we do that, I'll show you. So, in talking about something being left vague... Wait. That's not it. I'm looking for the Hexcrawl Toolbox by Games Omnivorous. I own it. I own it. Let me do two things real quick. Because if I know I bought it, but I have the physical box, and I don't know that that came with a PDF, and the PDF is what I really need. Up into the hole, not sure if it hits or you should be more heavy-handed. Can you be more specific on that? Scroll. Oh. Wait, is that lightning? Hang on, let me look at my radar real quick to see. Oh, weird. Yeah, there was a storm that they were saying was going to hit at 1 that, like, completely just moved, like, 100 miles south. Very weird. Oh, they were probably predicting that was going to go more northeast than it did. It just went, like, straight east. Gotcha. Okay. I did purchase this title. Okay. Visual fulfillment. Okay, so this is a system agnostic toolkit for hex crawling. And I'll pull this up over here in a second, as soon as I find the right page I'm looking for. Here you go. Yes, you can go very, very, very vague to the point of just listing off like monsters of some kind. Because if you look, like this is in the Hexcrawl Toolkit by Games Omnivorous. That was page 14, right? Here's the first page. You go check this one out, by the way. It's such a cool product. And here's what they list, right? Religious procession carrying 1 sacred relic, oversized holy symbol, 3 heretics, and they tell you like you take that and you run with it. However you need to interpret that, right? Circus trope: 1 disguised thief, 2 banished mages, 3 pushy swindlers, 1d6 bandits, 1 about to ambush player characters, 2 hauling loot, 3 hiding corpses. You know, you could do something like this if you were so inclined, but always kind of keep in mind that these are going to be like knights. This is something that can be interpreted within the system that they have, because most likely it includes a knight stat block. Goat demon, most likely there's something that's comparable to that. I think it's like Baphomet, or maybe even a there's like a smaller goat demon in 5e that I'm trying to remember. It's like covered in flies and all kinds of weird shit. Brachiosaurus, you know, rainbow peacockatrice, so just like cockatrice stat block, centaur, you know, etc., etc. You could go with something like that, and I would just leave a description at the beginning, like there's some stat blocks in here. Be sure to interpret them within your own system. You know, this operates on the assumption that you're at least using Basic Expert as a derivative set. Yeah. So let me pull this one back up. Go back up here. Then maybe we can break down floor 1, room A as a guardian, archway trap, a lore challenge, mosaics, a setback. The opening to room E has no ladder. Okay. So let me see here. Stairs carved on the side of a mountain leading to the entrance of this long abandoned temple to a forgotten god. Wild monsters have made their nest here. Undead monks are protecting the secrets of their god. A wizard is using the temple's power to summon and control elementals. Adventure hooked, you can let the players decide. You need to retrieve ancient lore from the temple's archive. You have tracked down a griffin terrorizing the local area to his nest in the temple. You are looking for a knight who went missing after going into the temple. Your ancestors left valuable heirlooms hidden inside the temple. You have been captured and locked up inside the temple. Start in room G. Okay, so we talked a little bit about some of the issues going on with like prison escape style quests yesterday. Won't really repeat a whole lot of that, but essentially it's just, we just know that these kind of have really kind of odd play feel. Generally players really don't like the idea of we're locked up and now we have to break out. These kinds of quests just have an odd kind of subconscious irk that like isn't really a big issue in a lot of like video games and whatnot, but at least for players it's like not always the big hit. Now wandering monsters, nothing but the wind, roll to move the action along. Gotcha. Nothing but the wind, roll one. Okay, so I still encourage people to try and stick to like the formula, you know, every turn roll the one roll a 1 on the d6, because it's just like we've tried this, it works. It not that this is like a huge issue whatsoever, but like if I'm rolling 1d10 for this, 6, okay, a couple of undead monks. In some ways this can start to get in the way of play because encounters are happening so often, right? Especially whenever I'm rolling this to move it along, and we have this happening like quite often. You know, we have a 10% chance of nothing going on, and that's not really moving the action along, right? We should probably have a certain trigger for this to work, right? Typically this is always every turn in the dungeon, which is like 10 minutes, roll a d6, on a roll of 1, roll this. Things like that. First floor. So, I'm gonna take a guess here as to the type of D&D player you are. You are heavy on interaction. If I was to make a single guess as to what your favorite D&D class was from the official books, I'm either going to say Artificer or Rogue. Because I can tell from looking at this right here, you really want to play games in where you can MacGyver the shit out of things. Because this is saying, at first glance, upon closer inspection, hidden secrets. This is probably a bit much on the detail for, this is a point and click type of adventure. Okay. So, inspired by point and click style games, so the issue I'm kind of running into right now with this is by deviating so much from the layout, it's not really telling me how to easily understand what's happening with reading this, right? Like, I get from seeing it at first glance, this is probably what they're seeing as they walk into the room. An archer with cracking stones, etched in the stone, a metal bowl for offerings, a long corridor, and the mosaics on the walls, right? So, going in here, this is what we see. upon closer inspection. So, sorry, one sec. Man, allergies right now. So on closer inspection, so these runes only launch lightning at intruders when they inspect it. The intent is that you can get by with only the surface level white squares. Okay. I'm just curious why this format, and not kind of the format that, you know, a lot of people have been using for doing dungeons for like a long time. What is it that you're achieving with this that deviation actually like improves upon, you know, what other people are probably more familiar with? Because it's not just a matter of like, you know, well, I think I found something better. You've also got to consider, what are other people going to know by picking up my product? Are they going to be able to see that from looking at this thing, it's not like kind of confusing, right? The reason that we write dungeons the way that we do is because we've all like, once you've read enough dungeons, you get like, oh, okay, here's what I need to know at a glance. Because immediately what's happened now is that you hurt your sight readability, you know? A little bit of the accessibility has been lost here for the sake of like kind of covering a lot of different possible things that could happen, maybe or maybe not, right? So the runes spell out a prayer to a forgotten god. Okay. You're not too familiar with conventions, and actually, so this is what I put out the guide for. I wanted to give people like a better understanding for like what the kind of conventions were set for this style of dungeon. Here, I'll pull up like, this is Hole in the Oak by Gavin Norman, the guy who literally wrote Old School Essentials. So here we have our dungeon map, right? We know everything is labeled. Rooms, everything, random happenings, 1d6 chance per turn, roll a d20, consult the following table to see what happens. Because it's a bigger dungeon, he's actually using a bigger table right here. Going into the rooms proper, okay, right here. Bottom of the shaft, sandy floor, jumbled hoof prints and footprints, earth walls riddled with roots of all sizes. Examining the roots, one large root near the floor has a writing carved in it, Nolly's Kingdom. Right? Okay. Cool. That's all I need to know. Earth walls riddled with roots of all sizes. Okay, the junction. Sandy floor, jumbled hoof prints and boot prints, mossy root walls crawling with worms, low tunnel, ceiling is 6 feet high, old leather glove laid over a root left hand. Okay. So this is hinting at, well, there's an old leather glove over here. What could that be, right? So now we're going to try to like maybe remember that, interact with it, take it even, whatever. But this is something that's here, right? It's very, very simple. Beat, beat, beat. If we start trying to account for all these things that could potentially happen, we get into a writing spiral, I feel like, where suddenly it's like, we're writing something that people aren't super familiar with running. And so this is part of like the reason why I was kind of doing the jam as well, is because I would love for people to get the feeling of, I need to let the reins loose and trust in the process, right? This is a type of format that I know people aren't always going to be familiar with, but I really encourage people to try and like stick to that metric, because like this, what you've got going on right here, while it could make all the sense in the world in your mind, to someone that's picking up like a 5-room dungeon that's like system neutral, there's a certain kind of expectation for the layout and how it would be presented, right? So if I were doing like this, there's an archway with cracking runes etched in the stone. Actually, Do you mind? Could I get editing access on this and kind of show you what I mean? I'll send a request and see if it's all good. Because if you'd rather not, it's totally cool. Like, I got you there. Or wait, you know what? Here, I'll just do this. Actually, here, I'll make my own copy. Let's see that here. I'll just have my own copy up, and that way it doesn't mess with the one that you're currently working on. Okay. So here's my recommendation, right? So room A. Okay, so we have this room right in here, right? There seems to be a couple different elements that you like, that you really want to keep, right? Okay, so the description. An archway with crashing runes etched into the stone. At first glance, an archway, whatever. Archway. So that is what I'm assuming is this right here. Okay. Here. A stone archway etched with crackling runes. Ooh. So we do this. Let's do this. Okay. That's the mechanic of the rune. All right. Those who walk through the archway. Save versus this would be like a zap, so like dodge, so like maybe breath or whatever. Something like that, right? Yeah, late night. Yeah, hey, what up, Phoenix? Yeah, last night, because I was on here for a while, I just woke up with a horrible headache. And I tried to like kind of sleep it off today. Okay, so that's one beat right there. Secret, or how about like runes, right? Okay, so we've got these details right there. Metal bowl. Oh, okay. Okay, a metal bowl, suspended to the ceiling by chains leading up through a hole. Okay. Mosaics decorate the walls, depicting. Here, we'll do that. Okay, mosaics. Okay, so we have that right there. Metal bowl. Mosaics. Okay, so here we have our descriptions. Here we have our elements. Okay. And we have our passages, or passage. Leads to an opening in the ceiling. Okay. This. Rust. What's that? Muddled? Sure. Mosaics. They are. Right. Is that not the right way to spell depict? It just like it did the red underline for a second there. Okay. So. When I wanted to do prep for the jam, I was sick with COVID and the flu, and I've been doing the jam suffering from COVID. Oh, shit, man. That sucks. Oh, I'm sorry, Winston. Yeah, I only recently started to feel like the brain fog was lifting from whenever I had COVID 2 months ago. I just felt like I was forgetting shit all the time, and it was like, oh, I'm actually a little bit scared now. Wait, what the fuck? So if we do this, you see how now we actually have all the information presented here that you were still trying to do up there, and it's middle bowl. Wait, okay. The chains. Bowl to room G by a mechanism in ... whatever that would be, right? So now, if we look at this, boom, perfect. There's our description. There's all the elements right there that we could potentially interact with, right? This tells us everything we need to know at a sight read. Whatever the players are going to interact with, it is right here, right? Runes, Salad of Prayer, Forgotten God. We don't really need to do the extreme in-depth, like, you know, tables and things like that, because this format can be achieved in the exact same way that we were doing before. So this is why I was like, okay, so what was achieved by the layout that you had been doing, right? Yeah. Like, as I say, a lot of people, like, I've seen people try to, like, iterate on the old format and try to do their own thing. But oftentimes whenever I see that, I feel like it's just the same thing with extra steps. And it's also, like, less sight readable and less neutral, you know? What up? Jose McDaniel, what's going on? Worst part is you already have a chronic condition that gave me brain fog. Man, that sucks. I'd hate to live like that. Because, like, yeah, I was struggling, just feeling like, okay, I was just thinking about this, and then suddenly it was like, whoa, what the fuck was I just thinking about? That was so weird. The point is to encourage interacting with the features of the room, but I think this works as well. This has worked. That's the deal. Like, this, in all honesty, they're going to describe a thing, but then, like, this is at the same time too much and too little information, right? And you can achieve the same thing with a format that other people have kind of already been doing for a while, and they're going to know better whenever they're reading it, you know? So that's another thing, is, like, don't try to reinvent the wheel. If you're trying to reinvent the wheel with this, I'm gonna let people know that's gonna put stress on you in the last, like, 3 days. Because then you're gonna be like, okay, well, here we go. And then suddenly, whenever it's like, people are asking, like, well, this feels a little bit confusing right here, it's gonna be like, well, fuck, now I do have to revert everything back, you know? So, like, really don't try to reinvent the wheel just yet. You know, there's plenty of people that are signed up for this thing that the point was to get a lot of amateurs into, like, making, you know, this format of stuff. So, you know, like I said, don't try to reinvent the wheel. There's a good thing going on. And I think that you could achieve the same thing that you were going for with this kind of format instead, you know. Now, going back, you were saying, because you asked me for something a bit more specific here. The Arcway trap is good, because it is hinting at the problem that could arise if they try to go through it. Crackling runes etched in the stone. Yep, cool. We hear the... Yes, sick. Got it. That's a guardian. Good. Now, they're gonna have to think of a way to deal with that, which, cool. I like the idea. It's gonna zap them, so they're gonna take the damage. Now, I would try to avoid it just being a tax that they have to pay in order to enter. If they could think of a way to subvert it, what would that possibly be, right? So if it's just like, in order to go through this door, you have to take this damage, not super interesting. But if there's something else that they might have in store, like it's always attracted to metal. So whoever is wearing like heavy armor, this will try to go for the characters that are currently wearing heavy armor. Or you say it only arcs toward people with metal currently carried on them. So maybe what they do is they take off their armor and they throw it into the room ahead of them. And then they go through basically just like in their common clothes. And then on the other side, there's like maybe an ambush or something, right? That could be like a little defense for where these creatures that are in here know, okay, that we fuck up the guys that just came through here without their swords and armor on. You know, like that's... And that feels like the monsters are kind of like plotting this out. Yeah. I had a question actually. Is it okay to go with natural language than hard numbers for D6s? You mean like a moderate amount of or a few? Don't do that. Don't do that. This deals moderate damage. That deals a few damage. Whatever. Don't go with that route. Anytime I've seen someone try to go with that, and I have, it's been almost viewed as like not enough meat or almost just like not really willing to commit. That's a level of relying on interpretation that I just can't really get behind. I think saying the prayer could protect you from the lightning, but I also like the idea of metal because it's a monk monastery and they won't be wearing armor. Yeah, okay, yeah, there you go, right? Let them be intuitive ideas, right? They say the prayer. Okay, well, okay, so they're runes that are written in there. How would they know this? Okay, so there's another thing. This would be a no-no list item on system neutral stuff. Never do the speak friend and enter thing from Lord of the Rings. Never tie anything to a language that they must know, because in all honesty, I've seen some people try this out. Whenever you go system neutral, not every system uses languages. As a guy that wrote a system that does not use languages, you know, it's a bit of Tolkien like fantasy that we think feels very classic dungeon crawl, but like it just turns into a, if you don't have an elf with you, you take damage, and that doesn't really feel great either, right? Could you interpret this with like a certain skill check? Sure, but then that's like, there's not a whole lot of interaction really going on with that. Riddles and puzzles that rely on languages just simply aren't as clever as we would really hope they felt. They more often than not just turn into a like, I guess we're just going to take the damage, you know, in practical play. But I think having something that is interactable, where like there's an arcway, it's attracted towards like metal, right? Any metal that passes through here gets zapped. You know, if they're wearing it, they take this much damage. Or they have it equipped or something like that. If they're not wearing metal, then like it doesn't even go after them, you know. But yeah. Now, from there was one other thing that you had asked in here. Room B has a guardian/conflict with the storm elemental. Wait. A setback. The opening to room E has no ladder. Oh, that's barely a setback, in all honesty. In practical play, they're just going to use ropes. They'll figure out some way to make ropes work. There's a guardian / conflict with a storm elemental and a setback with a locked door to room C and treasure with the stardust shards left by the elemental. This is room B? Knocking rubble around. It's just a storm elemental in here. The elemental is bound to the meteorite on the ground. The elemental leaves a trail of stardust crystals. Okay. So these things are just harassing the storm elemental right here. What did you want to know on this one? This is a guardian. The guardian. Oh, okay. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, there we go. The storm elemental. Do we have a stat block for that? Because usually that's an air elemental for most games. So I would probably call that a, like, air elemental. Just to clue them in as to what, stat block they should be using a little bit more. It's bound to a meteorite on the ground. This can mean a lot of different things. What I think it means here is it can't move from beyond this meteorite. The snow apes, they sneak in and out of holes in the ground. I would say that, like, if the snow apes are alerted by, like, somebody throwing in their armor and they, like, hear the clang, they go over here to start investigating. Because, like, that's, the party is trying to subvert this, right here. If these snow apes start hearing them, like, throwing around, like, metal and everything, yeah, they're gonna want to come look. You don't have stat blocks, should I? If it's something that you're making that is new to this thing, yes. If it's something that is like, a zombie, skeleton, goblin, orc, something that's in, like, in every fantasy game, you can assume that that game has a stat block for it and just list that. Because we've all essentially agreed that a goblin needs to represent a low-level monster. And all of these games are also designed around the idea that a D6 of them is probably not going to be a lethal encounter for most first-level parties, right? So, list that. Go with that. We can assume the damage. Don't be so worried about the damage structure. Yeah. Quick question. Does the Sovereign have a capstone feature? Yes, it's 20th level. The subclasses. Okay. So, with it being bound, this should probably say it is, whenever it's bound, what specifically that means. Being bound to the meteorite on the ground, does that restrict its movement? Is the meteorite magical in some nature and therein, whatever? Did I listen to the Stockholm Cartel podcast yet? No, I have been trying to get rid of a headache all day. Yeah, I like the idea that these snow apes could be anything from a reflavored goblin to a full-on yeti, depending on the level and GM interpretation. Then you should probably, like, either write that out. If you wanted to keep it, like, to where it was not only system neutral, but also level neutral, I would try to stick to the prompt. Like, I just try to stick to the prompt for right now. Once you've had some experience in writing more system neutral stuff, then start experimenting. Don't start experimenting before you've really practiced. That's the important thing here. Once you've practiced, then you can innovate. But trying to innovate right now is, you're not going to learn much out of that. It's just, you have to stand on the shoulders of giants. You really have to learn from your inspirations and see how people have pulled this off successfully in the past before you can start to look at, like, how you would tweak the model. Okay? Like, so while it might make all the sense in the world to you, you do have to consider who you're trying to appeal to here. And your audience of people you're trying to appeal to are GMs who are looking for system neutral content, right? So make sure it adheres to the prompt. For the snow waves live. Okay, so you have another passage here. I would stick to just consistently labeling your passages. Make sure all that stuff is very, very crystal clear. You do have ideas for what is happening in each of the events in the different rooms. This is like a step removed away from being absolutely ready to submit as a first draft, right? But I would just recommend sticking to the model that has already been pre-established, because it's also got the benefit of not taking up as much of the page as what you're trying to go with here. I think there was one other thing you asked me about checking out. Let's see here. Okay, I think that was all you asked for so far. Because I think you were still working on the latter part of this. Yeah. Okay. You're done to look at the rooms that are there, but maybe you could rather get back to it once it's in a better format. Yeah, I would encourage you to kind of go back towards the others, because if we look at this, so probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we have 9, probably anywhere between 6 to 9 lines of your page that are currently being taken up by this table that I think could communicate the same kind of information in 3, you know? So this isn't quite as concise, and we want to try and hit it, just fucking hit it and quit it, right? This is what it says. This is what it does. Let the GM interpret that, You don't want your descriptions or the interactions that are involved with reading the thing to be okay, I'm moving on, because there's plenty of times I've seen otherwise really cool concepts get sort of phased over and people don't really pay much attention to them because the presentation is unfamiliar, and therein it feels like it's not really gonna work for the thing that they want to do, and then they just kind of leave the thing at So you do have to consider your buy-in, because that's part of your accessibility, right? And this right here would hurt accessibility. Maybe once you've gotten more used to this format and everything, come back and maybe, take another swing at this. But I don't really, like I was saying, I don't really know what this type of format would be doing that the other format doesn't already cover, right? And probably better as a system neutral format. So yeah, I would try to do that. And that's also going to be way easier for judges to read, by the way. What is G? A round cellar mostly empty. A metal ladder leads up to room K. Salt and honey supplies are still edible. Okay, so this is something that is dropping an offering bowl. Oh, the offering bowl comes up into here. This is where stuff... Okay. I'm guessing that goes to L? No, melted down ladder. This goes up into K. Old kitchen. Oh, okay, gotcha. All right, so that's where this is going. Okay. So I can already tell there's an interesting theme kind of happening in here, though. Oh, wait. Maybe I prefer rooms having a proper name or just a letter/number. I think no proper name kind of helps with the mysterious abandoned vibes. Go on ahead and put a name, because the name also helps in describing the what the room is. Leave it up to the GM to figure out whether or not they want the players to know the name of the room. I mean, yeah. You're not trying to convey the vibe and keep the mystery up to the GM. You're trying to keep the mystery up to the players, right? So, as mysterious and quirky as the thing might be on, a page, whenever a GM gets it into their hands, that just comes off as frustrating. I don't know of too many. Yeah, see, like we know that this works. Um, here. We know that this format works. It's great. The egg, it can be simple, right? Um, Convulsing stairway, warm chamber. You know, once you try to get to a point of like going very heavy artistic creative with it, it can get to a point where people are just sort of like, the fuck even is this? You know, we're trying to make pieces of usable game content. That's the real key here. So try to hit that, you know, because if we're trying to innovate too much, like I said, if you start trying to innovate without knowing the format, right? You have to practice. That's how you get to Carnegie Hall. All right. So put in the practice. Check out what some of the other people are doing. Emulate it, right? So emulate on that style, and then build off, and later on you'll innovate, right? Uh, yeah, that's kind of my recommendations there. Once you have this in like the more like kind of standard format, let's talk again. Because as of right now, a lot of my feedback would basically go back to like there's a lot of information on the page. Nothing's really like immediately coming across, right? But yeah, because like I was saying earlier, I think that there's a compelling idea kind of going on where, okay, undead monks, lightning, cool, lightning dungeon. I don't know why we don't see more lightning dungeons. Like, you can do so much cool shit with lightning in a dungeon. Electricity as a theme is so super cool. Like, yes, what have these monks discovered? Maybe they actually do have slightly, like, weirdly enough, that would be a cool subversion of monks. Is like, maybe because they're undead, they are giving animus to creatures upstairs, and then later on you have a flesh golem. I just took a guess, actually. I don't, is that what what you were actually hitting at with that? Learning to make elementals. There's a griffin host. Okay, so maybe that could be an idea for like a faction that you're kind of going in with on this, because you have the griffin, and the griffin doesn't seem to exactly be like aligned with it, right? You're rocking with the discovery of chemicals. You're rocking with the discovery of chemicals. Oh, you mean for your dungeon? Yeah, like, so what is the faction even doing there, right? Why are these undead monks there? Because I see quite often in like, you know, um, I see quite often whenever they're like younger creators who are like not really familiar with the format, they just kind of throw monsters in there because they're like, there need to be monsters in here. And they're not really considering why are they there, right? Well, it's just their home. Well, okay, I guess, but like, why would this be their home? Oh, it's where they're most comfy. Well, now I just feel like I'm a home invader, right? So like, what if it were, why are these goblins in, I don't know, there's an old workshop. Let's say that. Let's not go with goblins. Let's go with something a bit more bizarre, right? Okay, so it's an old workshop. Maybe it was used by some like inventor of some kind. So now immediately factions are coming to mind. Number one, clockwork gadgets that have gone haywire. Cool. Okay, so these things are like going nuts. Whatever there are. There's a couple of rogue clockwork gadgets that are in this dungeon. Sick. Thank you. All right. Another one. It's been abandoned for so long. Something else has moved in. The smell of all the iron and whatever has attracted rust monsters. Very cake. Very easy. Elicits a lot of the like classic dungeon crawler vibe. We get that. We know why they're there. They're fucking hungry. Very easy to add into a dungeon, right? What else do we maybe have? Bandits that moved in? Maybe they heard about this workshop and they were like, we want to get a hold of this, right? Or you could say, instead of bandits, maybe go with do spirits, I guess. Well, like, what would they be doing there, right? Maybe the inventor was experimenting with the idea of ripping his consciousness out of his body and putting it into a clockwork gadget, like go all cyborgy with it, right? But it turns out everyone that he was experimenting on this with, it just like did the soul ripping part, not the put it somewhere else. So now he's the thing that actually caused it to overrun is there's a bunch of like spiritual like undead or something like that, right? I just saw something like I started talking about ghosts and then I'm like, what am I seeing in my fucking webcam? Oh yeah, that's not bad news bears. But yeah, like try to go beat for like why are the factions there? What's the intent? Because once you start doing that, it starts to feel like a real living, breathing environment, and not this idea of like there's mobs in a World of Warcraft dungeon that are just standing there because they need enemies apparently to fight, right? This is like, you know, if you look at like Legend of Zelda, I keep bringing this one up, but it's a decent example, or like Dark Souls even. Dark Souls doesn't do this either, and it's basically causes it to where units, you know where they are at all times, because they're going to be static, right? They're just going to stay in this one area, never move, and it's just sort of meh. Which is like whenever Elden Ring came along, and like suddenly we have like things are moving around the world now. Oh, suddenly this changes a lot of the dynamics of the play. Sure, they're typically following around on these like certain paths and they have become predictable over time, but like you do still feel like something's breathing here. It is more open. You know, like Fallout, people aren't typically just standing around in the world. They're interacting. You'll see them go over, randomly start having a conversation with somebody. You'll see them trading, doing whatever. But like too often, I see a lot of times where people will just go, there's 3 goblins in this room. Okay, well, I'm curious, why are they in here? Well, it was a tool room, and they're building a gun. You know, like, so come up with the unusual, come up with a reason for why they're there. And yeah, but I do like the premise. I think that you can expand on this even further. Consider what the purposes of these rooms are, and yeah, I think that's about all I really had. I like number one. I really like the title. Okay, so temple. I just realized I need to be getting to this and filling in. Mixes up with learning the row, so get back with a more retired. Oh yeah, no, totally. Stick to the recommended format. Here, let me get this over here. Because I just realized, oh crap, I gotta update this now. High scores for the, here we go. Big high scores for the factions. Time travel as a can bring up more continuity issues than you might expect, but there are some safeguards to prevent them. Additional timeline duplicates, time locked items, etc. Okay. Reduce your word counts. Organize information. What would this be? Reorganize it, yeah. It's just clips. Like an eclipse. Ah, gotcha. Your information in descriptions. dungeon characteristics tag. NPC. Okay. The other one was... what was the title of this one? I think we've gone through 3 already. No, we've gone through 4 now, right? Tomb of the Huntress. Okay. Got about. Oh yeah, absolutely. Thanks for hanging out and thanks for the submission. Looking forward to seeing what you got next time. Tomb of the Huntress. Okay, so this had simplify the layout. Complex layouts with tons of fonts may cause well, I say it may cause issues. That's only if you're really not paying attention to exporting with your fonts. Complex layouts can hurt accessibility. Look for redundancies in information. Example, stat blocks don't need to appear more than once. Simplify puzzles. And I guess expected clues by reading them aloud. Any clue should be easily conveyed within 1 to 2 seconds. Okay. Expand your second act. This is where your real punch is. For the narrative. What's this? What is this? Whenever we're talking, and whenever some speakers keep constantly using the same word kind of over and over and over again, it's not just repetitive. There's another type into this. Think about how often progress in the dungeon is gated behind checks. I could have sworn we had a 4th one that we were looking at tonight. Did we? There's no way we only went through 3. We've been on here way too long. I feel like there was another one. Okay. I want to scroll. Okay, because there was another participant. Okay. Who said that they had a dungeon gimmick that they felt was possibly a little confusing. Look at the Huntress. Where was this? Station of Jeff. Pablo Dap. Interested in feedback about looping the structure. Okay, infinite looping staircase dungeon. This is downward spiral of the cursed. Okay. Stick to the recommended format. Consider how your encounters may blend from room to room. Example, the apes hearing metal clanging in room A, or from adventurers throwing metal through the archway. Cool. Don't innovate until you have practiced. That's my biggest recommendation on that one, really. Okay. Interested in feedback about the looping structure idea, how it works and how it's explained, the adventure and writing. That's a little too vague. If it fits the criteria, if so, being an impossible structure, does it need a map or some sort of schematic? Ow! Okay. Okay. So, the quest. Aralar Silira? Aralar Silira. A wealthy elf from a long-standing lineage wants to hire the party. Let me zoom in on that so that this is not killing you all's eyes. To retrieve the silver tiara, an heirloom his father Neldor promised to him, but took to the grave inside the family's mausoleum. He drafts a contract for 50 gold with a deadline of 1 week, and adds a curious clause. For every day the party arrives sooner, they earn an extra 10 gold, but for every day they're late, he deducts 10 gold. The mausoleum is in a nearby cemetery. The idea. The mausoleum is cursed, and its main feature is an infinite and looping spiral staircase. The rooms appear seemingly at random, and when traveling back, new ones have appeared. DMs have freedom to choose which ones they want to throw at their party, depending on the mood, or they may roll at random. Okay. Rolls of the staircase loop. Steps are wide enough for 2 people. Teleportation magic to the outside world doesn't work. Okay. So this is no design. Teleportation magic to the outside world doesn't work. This is accounting for a situation. Teleportation magic to the outside world doesn't work. Is what I'm calling no design. Avoid no design, as it bucks the core philosophy of improv. You also likely don't even need to worry about that kind of magic in 99.9999% of games, of dragon games. Especially at what level was this? Like, we have a level recommendation. This also gets curbed if you write a level recommendation where such magic is inaccessible. Okay. No design. Maybe no design is like the wrong way to put it. Because that is no and. It's not even no and. It's just no design. Yeah. There we go. Okay, so whenever you're designing and you're already accounting for things that it's like, this doesn't work in here, this doesn't work in here, this doesn't work in here, it's worrying way too much about the potential answers to your solution, or sorry, to your problem. So if you're worrying that much about a problem like this, just don't. If this works and this is a thing that they do, then it's like, well, then they're just basically choosing not to engage with the dungeon. I'm like, this isn't really realistic in most games. Okay, steps are wide enough for 2 people. You can probably say that these are 10 foot wide. Once trapped in the loop, the entrance hall won't reappear. Exceptions in how to leave the loop. Okay. Mapping is futile. There's a 1 floor distance between each spawned room. 1 full turn on the staircase. You know... Oh shit, I thought I had a deck of cards near me. You know, like... I think that something like this could be handled by like die rolls, and then people just come up with like, here's all these crazy rooms that can keep going through, and there's just like all this adventure to do. I like the idea. Pieces become separated by more than 1 floor. They loop back to the party from the opposite direction of the staircase. Okay. Each one's on a okay. That's kind of clever. I like that. Yeah, keep the party together. This is actually quite good. Hey, what up, Axiom? Or evening? Yeah, it's 1:55 in the morning over here. I had to sleep. I don't know what it was, but this like I woke up this morning and had like a raucous headache that took me like all day to get rid of. So I wanted to get on here and stream and still do some critiques tonight though. Can't voluntarily find a visited room again. Is there a reason why? Because especially if they can just go back and find one that'll respawn. Because now it feels like this would cause a weird tracking deal. If a chase ensues and the pursued gets a couple floors ahead of the chasers, they might get sent to different places. Could be cool. Digging a tunnel from a room makes it reconnect with the opposite side of the same room. Oh, that's good. Why am I still awake? Oh, I slept most of the day. I woke up at 6 o'clock at night. No, I woke up with a bad headache, and just wound up trying to sleep it off. So yeah, no, I'm good. I'm 34. I can take care of myself. I think I can. But yeah, I'm good. This is funny. Aim. Alternate between different types of rooms. Some parties just dealt with a combat, offer a puzzle and a peaceful encounter, or a clue. Okay, so this should just be handled by the way that you have this designed. Not kind of forcing the DM to make this choice. Yeah, don't slack on this. I would say rather than instructing a GM to arbitrate your design for you, allow your design to fix itself. Try to write in a way that doesn't require arbitration. Okay. So whoever's dungeon you're looking at right now, Voladar is an awesome name. You're sad because you got some post-it notes to scam with my printer and now they show up way too bright and I can't use them as assets in my dungeon. Oh no. Wait, why don't you just turn down the brightness on your printer? Or the contrast? Maybe. Maybe? I mean, I know I can do that with my scanner. Okay. Cut rooms out for shorter sessions. No mercy? What rooms marked with a plus are important for the story. Don't railroad. If players aren't interested in a room, despawn it. Don't put that in here. Okay. So, this right here, there's a couple things that whenever you write stuff like this, I need to gather notes in one place and make some kind of a pamphlet. These are very useful. I mean, I've got the takeaway docs for people in the jam. I might put it in later. Don't railroad. If people are interested in a room, despawn it. So if I read something like this, the thing is that this reads a bit like the creator is not confident in what they wrote. And I immediately start to get more scrutiny for the thing, and I'm going to immediately think a bit more like, what? What? Oh, yeah, no, totally. And if that doesn't work, like, I've seen people even do that by taking a picture and, like, using that picture and just, like, putting that on there, right? What I would say is write with confidence. Write from a voice of confidence, not passivity. Okay. Passive voice writing and this, like, if you don't like this, well, you can do something else, is not, like, that's not helpful. This was a big issue for me with the Daggerheart playtest. So whenever I was looking at the Daggerheart playtest, everything kept coming across as like, well, you can either like this or not, and that's okay, but be sure to be, and like, don't write, just write, tell me the info, right? I need to know if there's a thing that I bought that you told me I should buy, you should have the confidence to tell me straight up, yes, we know what's going on, right? So, like, writing with the idea of if players aren't doing a thing, or if players aren't interested in a room, despawn it. Make the room interesting, you know? We'll see what some of these rooms are, but, like, this is the kind of thing to try and avoid. It's like, you know, whenever you're writing a paper in college or whatever, and they're telling you to stay as objective as possible, this is writing a little bit too subjective here, where it feels like this is immediately setting me up for seeing a thing as lesser because the creator doesn't even seem to think that the thing that they wrote was interesting, right? If the players aren't interested in a room, despawn it. The room should be cool. I bought this thing to make sure that the rooms would be cool. Like, because I believed that, you know, whatever. So don't put text in there like this. This is a surefire way, even if the stuff doesn't hit every single beat, right? At least the ones that did hit, people are still like, those are the ones we remember. Those are fucking sick, right? And the other ones, people are cool with just chill. You know, like, oh, okay, well, this is what else is going on? Okay. But yeah, this doesn't really help your product at all. In fact, I would say it is very damaging. That said, create problems where using the stairs to avoid them isn't a solution. Use random encounters to steer them. I don't really know what this is necessary for. And I'm kind of sticking on this for a second because this is what the creator was asking for. Uh, hey, her crab, what's going on? Goof morning? You have a paragraph about railroading since the setting is literally a train, and you've got scripting an encounter and disvaluing players' choices are two different things. Yes. Yeah, like just because something happens and it's like in the adventure, that doesn't it like this is something it's so weird. I saw a Grognard channel or two like trying to like harp on people about sandboxing or like saying that they were running a sandbox and they were actually doing a railroad. Number one, I'm sorry, but if you're over like fucking 50 years old and you're on this goddamn platform like screaming your head off at a bunch of like 20-year-olds talking about an imaginary dice goblin game, get real. Like go find something better to do with your life. That or like dude whatever. But a lot of this time they're confusing, or they're intentionally taking things out of context for what these people are talking about, right? So like scripted encounters, not bad, right? No matter what, you're following rules in order to play a game. So like railroading, you can get so reductive into where literally anything you do is a railroad. This is a vague abstraction of an idea as to what it means to play a game. You're following rules. The moment we stop following rules, we're no longer playing a game. Well, then you get people that say that you can, but like everything just has to like emerge in this randomness or what the hell ever. It's literally impossible. All right, sandbox is a feel, but we are always adhering to some unified, agreed upon rule in order to do the improv thing, right? So no matter what, a true sandbox, I'm sorry to break this illusion for anybody else that's out there, true sandboxes don't exist. You're always on a railroad. There is something that always dictates and steers the way in which you improvise. Now, that is the extremely reductive take. I like a lot more gradient with that, right? I like a lot more where railroading and sandbox does have a distinct difference, right? So railroading is specifically, there is a linear path that you are going down. And this linear path, we do have a feeling, right? Like, if we're to say that the railroad and the sandbox, do they or do they not exist? I think the fact that we can feel a difference between the two tells us that they do have to exist at some kind of a vibe, right? Like, these are a vibe, I guess, for a mode of play. In the same way that we can ask, is something random or not random, right? Well, it was determined by dice. So is that really random? Well, yeah, it's still random. Well, is it? Because you let the dice decide. And statistically, well, no, if you're going to get that pedantic about it, we do have, like, this is the best we can get to random, all right? And if it's that important to you to get that pedantic about it, then, like, okay, then nothing matters, you know, whatever. But for the purposes of like what we're talking about with games, this general play feel, whatever, we need to have an agreed set of rules in which we engage with to like enjoy and help aid this hobby that we're engaged in, right? So like if we're saying something as simple as like don't railroad, this isn't really a rule to ever include. This is a preference for a style of play, right? Telling someone not to railroad does not tell them how not to railroad. And another thing that you shouldn't do whenever you've got like a list of tips is constantly doing these no-nos, right? Don't do this. Don't do that. Don't. This create problems using this, where using the stairs to avoid them isn't a solution. I'm not sure why this is here, right? Don't railroad. I would say do not include rules that tell you what not to do. That's like, whenever we keep including rules that tell you what not to do, the voice of what you're writing comes off as very preachy, right? So like, instead of doing this and saying, don't do this, the more helpful thing is to say, here's what can enhance this experience. Here's what does help with the overall experience, right? Immediately, whenever we're being told no, that puts us on a defensive or confrontational standpoint, right? I would like to know what I can do to enhance my game, not what I should not do to enhance my game, right? Like, yeah, I need to know, I need this person to tell me what to do to get the perk, not what not to do to get the perk. Constantly saying what not to do leads to confusion, especially if things are this vague. If players aren't interested in a room, despawn it. This devalues a lot of the faith that people have in the thing that you've written. I would say cut this entirely. Okay, so with the tips. Different types of rooms. Okay, this should be handled by the random... I think this should be handled by the randomization right here. For ease, write down a list of the room's numbers, cross out cleared ones, circle those with unfinished business. I would actually, if this were the thing that I were writing, I would provide a sheet with this. You know, like, provide a sheet with this that says, like, here's the room numbers right here. As they progress through them, mark this one, whatever. Hey, do you think Markborg's room style descriptions as city and very hot sulfuric haze from the brought back sludge are good enough as room descriptions? Kind of, yes and no. I think that it works, right? It's a very quick way to get that across, but I do really like the way that they do this with OSE, where they bold the word that you know has an impact. This is a thing that is meant to be described for the room. Let me know that. And then, like, there's other stuff that I could see, but, like, I would prefer that the characteristics of it are just sort of handled through improv rather than, like, you know, spell it out for me in a room description. But yeah, so the different rooms are a toolbox at your disposal to follow or change the ebb and flow of the session. Okay, alternate between different types of rooms. So yeah, these two should, like, this should all be, this dungeon and the way that it's presented with like an infinite spiraling staircase, the randomization that you should be setting up here should cover that for them, right? If it doesn't, then it's not really doing the thing that it was saying it was going to do on the 10. Write down a list of rooms numbers, provide a sheet for doing this, cut rooms out for shorter sessions, no mercy, but rooms marked with a plus are important for the story. I think that most likely this might hurt this for the purposes of this, like, you know, prompt. As a 5-room dungeon, if there's a way to, like, you know, if they're this important to the story, what I would hopefully see instead is that any room that they would hit would be important for the story. Like, anything that they would be doing would still guide them along the path of a 5-room dungeon, right? In some way, it doesn't really necessarily mean that they need to slot in or out of these specific phases, but, like, you know, in some way, I would love to see it, like, still function that way. We were talking about the Water Temple the other day. The Water Temple from Zelda has a central hub, and it still hits these beats, right? I think that the Water Temple, it still has its, like, gate that, you know, that's the final boss or whatever. It does feel like it's still a sort of, yeah, we get what's coming up. Yeah, instead of the dungeon like, ooh, sick. Oh, this is awesome, right? I'd have to go through the descriptions too. Yeah, I don't think that this is actually really great text to have in here. Add basic and cleared rooms between undiscovered rooms when the party travels to give it a sense of vastness. Let me look at the room descriptions real quick. Okay. Doesn't work. 1, 2, 3, 4 threats. Traps? Okay, traps, clues, climax. These are not on random rolls, correct? Or was I wrong on that? Here, let me see. All right, so we have the factions here. Okay, Voladar Sillyra? Okay. Ancestor of Aerolar Sillyra. Aerolar Sillyra? Aerolar Sillyra. Felt like that was going to be like a fucking Ligma Balls joke. Okay. Hired the architect to build an opulent family mausoleum in the shape of a tower to house every relative and descendant for generations to come. But trying to save gold and thinking it would be a lengthy undertaking, he proposed a clause. The deadline for the construction would be 5 years, and if the architect could deliver sooner, the more he would pay. But the deadline arrived every late month would on the okay, so this is like the fucking hokey of the mirror of the guy from earlier, right? Oh, okay, so yes, gotcha. All right, that's cute. This guy has a certain scheme that he likes to fucking play. All right, that's funny. That's the like I'll pay you for a hamburger next Tuesday bullshit. The architect went missing, but he got notice that the mausoleum was finished, he was appalled and embarrassed at the sight of it. But he and every descendant since have been asked to interred in it. The architect made a deal with okay, that's right. It is a mausoleum. It's not a house. Right. That's cool. I kept thinking of it as like some kind of a liminal house. No, it's like an infinite crypt. I like that vibe. That simple change made me really, really like the vibe a whole lot. That explains the sky. Okay, I was like, I think I had gone on that little ramble a bit, and I forgot. Oh yeah, this is a grave, right? Okay. The architect made a deal with the genie to keep to make speed construction and build the tower. Okay, tallest tower, best mausoleum. Got it twisted. He's now trapped and half demented in a room reserved for him to keep working. Lorem ipsum and stuff. Made a deal with the genie to make speed construction and build the tallest tower and best mausoleum. Got it twisted. He's trapped and half demented in a room reserved for him to keep working. I think that there's a grammar issue happening in this sentence that's kind of confusing me, but yeah. Skeleton masons, a mix of races, the remains of the original workers, plus others salvaged from uninvited guests and turned into helpers. They ignore everyone as long as they're allowed to work, but will become defensive and even violent if troubled or the work is compromised. Just want to keep building. Cryptgnome tribe. Cryptgnome. God, that's got a cool vibe to it. I don't know what that Cryptgnome. Cryptgnome. Wait, is the gold of Cryptgnomes the Cryptgnome currency? Fuck, I'm tired. Okay, now. So Cryptgnomes. Trapped in the mausoleum for generations, they are adapted to life in this cursed space. Feral, resourceful, and very hungry. They see any creature as potential food. In constant struggle with the skeleton masons who keep trying to repair the gnomes' efforts of construction. Okay. Now. Oh, Verna the Great. What the hell? What did I just hit there? What? I don't know what just happened there. Okay. Verna said as a little role the party is lacking. Pretends to be a lost adventurer, but is actually a stuck grave robber. Doesn't trust anyone but herself. Too stubborn and greedy to relent, wants to make the delve worth it and exit the mausoleum with decent loot. Thinks the architect is behind the curse and will grumble about him. Can be convinced to work with the party, but won't trust they can fix the curse and will likely ditch him after pickpocketing them. Hides a low-level spell scroll. Verna is... No, have we not seen Verna? Okay. Minotaur, brought in chains to the mausoleum by a magic user as navigational help. The impossibility of the space disoriented him and drove him mad. Only knows primitive language, but isn't prone to use it. Wants the headache to stop. Remembers fighting a gilded room once, but never again. So this sounds like a Minotaur that could be like, I guess potentially socially interacted with. Mausoleum, elegant design of marble, withered elements and times. Particular building with two-story narrow tower attached in the back, not a single window. Entrance door. Unicorn stone statues flank the room. Reliefs of a family crest adorn the walls. Shield with a unicorn's head and 4 stars and different point counts below it. Wait. Shield with a unicorn's head and 4 stars of different point counts below it. Left to right, 3, 5, and 4. Okay, I'm trying to even think. So that feels like that should be a puzzle. Unicorn statues flank the room. Okay. 3, 5, and 4. So you touch the unicorn statues and like, or maybe like you move their horn. Like 3, the 5th one, move the 3rd one back, and then 4. Maybe that's the case. I'm not totally sure. Back in the room leads to a... well, by the way, I actually like this idea. I'm curious to know what that puzzle actually it indicates. Whenever that would be, yeah. But I like the idea of the puzzle. This is subtle. This is subtle, but it's enough to like clue them in. That's a really, really cute one. The back of the room leads to a spiral staircase going up and down. The entrance door closes behind the party once they're all inside. Is there anything preventing them from going back out, I would wonder? Other than to get in the staircase and then they're stuck there. Okay. So the base room. All rooms are based on this one unless specified. 20 by 30 foot room made of carved stone and tiled floors, lit by magical wall sconces that don't run out. Typically, we just call it like continual flame. Several sarcophagi and niches along the walls, ornamental columns of family crest reliefs in between. Looting only wields a couple of pieces of jewelry, not worth the time spent. Okay. Challenges crypt under construction. Wait, let me make sure here. So they had some specific things they wanted out of that. Let me see here. Can I help you try to figure out how you would adjust the printer's the brightness of your printer scanner in DMs? Just look it up. Look up the model. Okay. So, yeah, need a refrigerator. They're too much. Does it need a map? I don't know how you would do a map on this. Yeah, it's not really adhering to the structure. This is the biggest thing here. This isn't currently adhering, there we go, to the 5-room dungeon structure. You're missing your second room. And rushed to the interesting interaction bit as a setback. all in all, I love the idea. I do. The stuff I was saying earlier is basically critiquing the DM tips. I don't think that the DM tips really help this much at all. That's the only thing I felt like negative on this from a feel, because this wasn't really telling me how to run it. This was like kind of almost apologizing for itself. Never apologize. Never apologize for the thing that, like, okay, if the design that you have, if you're confident in it, apologizing for it looks like a lack of confidence, right? So, like, we don't need creators to ever really start putting in stuff like this. Like, well, here's the thing I wrote. If you don't like it, you can run it this other way. That there's a lack of confidence with that. If they don't like it, they'll run it another way. You don't need to really, like, come out and, like, say that, right? So, like, here's the idea. Give them the mechanics. Don't really waste a bunch of page count on anything like, you know, this. Unless there's something specific that they need to know. Maybe there's a few assumptions that you think that you're making that other GMs will make, and don't worry so much about that. The tips, like, don't railroad. Just, this isn't really helpful, right? If it's saying the players aren't interested in a room, despawn it. Look, players will find something to do in an empty room. If that's a place to rest, it's a place to rest. Especially if it's in a big, empty, like, staircase like this. This could be super cool. Super cool. As a thing where, like, we might have to spend a couple days in here. So let's find, like, part of the cool thing that I hear about, like, some of these backroom stories and whatnot are the ones where people are like, we had to make do with what we could to set up camp based off of, like, breaking apart some of the chairs as, like, you know, campfire. Couldn't find much of anything to eat. I've been eating nothing but carpet for like 3 days, and I'm fucking starving. Like, you know, yeah, the weirdness of the environment, right? So can they find a room which to, like, stay in for a second that is, like, hospitable? There's all kinds of monsters that are in here, right? Look, we had to, those crypt gnomes back there. Look, I've never tasted human flesh, but desperate times mean we gotta cook a crypt gnome, you know? Skeleton masons, my sword broke back there, so we had to reshape one from bone. The mortar ooze destroyed my armor, so I've had to fashion some new stuff out of this stuff over here. Like, these are fun ideas. You know, for, like, if we go for this infinite room, the kind of, like, weird shit this could evoke, awesome. I love that with the backroom style stuff. So, like, I would try to lean in more on the liminal ideas and, like, get away from some of the thoughts of, like, you know, continuously sort of thinking that, or I guess second guessing, right? That the thing that you wrote was interesting. Like, thinking, oh, well, if they're not having fun with this thing that I wrote, no. The thing that you wrote should be fun. Move forward with that, right? Yeah, you made a thing that is fun. You think it's fun. Cool. Do that. Just make the thing, make it fun. Yeah. And think this could lean in on more liminal style vibes. Yeah, you have a minotaur, make it feel like a minotaur. Creeping threats are fantastic. This eerie vibe, yeah. I'm just gonna put vibe. You know, if the players, okay, so if it's a Minotaur, the Minotaur should know how to, like, kind of get out, I feel like. I mean, that's kind of how the Minotaur knows these passageways and such. Yeah, I think some of the writing kind of comes from a place of anxiety, and I would try to get past that. At least in terms of your writing, kind of keep in mind that, like, hey, I have a tendency to potentially write as if, like, somebody's not going to like the thing that I write. Breathe. Kill that imposter syndrome. I know it's hard to do, but, like, because you have a very cool idea here. I would go with that. And, you know, as this gets further fleshed out, kind of, it's clear that, like, you've got the creativity to actualize this as a thing. I would try to solidify more and more, like, how does this work, right? So we're saying rules for the staircase loop. Wide enough for 2 people, teleportation magic. There's a 1 floor distance. And so this is per floor. So this is floor 1, floor 2, floor 3, floor 4, right? Could this be randomly rolled? Or do they have to go in? Okay, so this makes me want to think that this loop, it's just the same couple rooms, right? So it eventually loops back in, and then you wind up back up here. So it's not quite as random as what I was thinking, where, like, you couldn't predict what rooms you were going to. Okay. Being destructive, overly damaging the sarcophagi and stonework of the crypts, and killing too many skeleton masons will make the entrance hall appear. Once exited, the entrance door will never open again when any of the PCs are nearby. This feels a bit like no design right here. Human chain convincing a sizable number of dwellers in the PCs to cause, basically in the group in 1 floor increments, and walking up or down in unison will make the mausoleum eventually run out of options and spawn the entrance hall again. So is there... So there's a contract that they would have to find in order to break free from this thing. Okay. So here's my thoughts. I like the idea a lot. I like the idea, but I think that the scope of it would, in order to really execute this in a way that feels like, whoa, that's cool, would go way beyond the idea of what this jam is kind of intended to do. But that doesn't mean abandon the idea. Because the way that I guess I was reading it at first felt a bit like the rooms were going to be a lot more random than this. So if it's just this loop, I'm kind of wondering why the loop, I guess. Because the loop feels like it's an excuse that, well, I say an excuse. The loop feels like it's going to be a cause of tracking, where the GM is going to feel a bit like, okay, so what floor are they on right now? Okay, well, they're up here, they're down here, yeah. And in some ways, I don't know that it feels infinite. This is the thing. This is something that would need a much bigger scope. And Actually, I think I got it. This is the kind of thing that like would need to draw inspiration from like what I did on Ruinous League, and go check out Dark Fort by Pele Nielsen and Johan Noor. It was what they originally did before making Merkborg. I think that would better capture something like that format would help better capture the bizarre mystery and magic of this cursed building than a static set of infinite looping stairs. Wait, so if they loop, right, they go upwards or downwards? What if we go down first? Right? So we go down and immediately run into the Gilded Crypt, boss fight in mid-design. Is that right? Well, what happens if we like went up two flights, even if it was changed to where like the stairs don't go up or down, right? Going up and down. So if the stairs went down, then it would just loop us and get right to the final boss fight, right? That won't spawn unless the code is followed. PCs need to follow the clue of the family crest. Travel 3 floors one way, 5 the opposite way, 3 in the first direction, and 4 in the opposite. Right. Is there any way? So this is not what's required, right? The original contract with Volodar and the architect's signature and a pile of gold. Had the architect sign the contract again. Where is the architect? It goes to the architect. Okay. So you'd have to go grab this, bring it up over to this guy in order to leave the thing, right? So that's one method. Otherwise, to get out of it, we have to do one of these other things where it just kind of forces us out. Yeah, like, it's experimental. I like the idea. I like what it wants to do. I'm curious what this would eventually develop into, and whether or not this could potentially adhere to the format, especially in the restricted time that we now have, right? We have like trap rooms. Some part of me thinks that this could be really interesting as a D20, D66 roll, maybe something like that. I think that it need. Here's basically what I think. Yeah, I feel as though the scope required to really pull this off is beyond that of this jam, unfortunately. Anymore, it starts to break some of the rules. Any less, it doesn't achieve the infinite stair concept. That's a tricky one because it's not really reading just like you know, the other ones have their convention, and again, it's like I would really suggest, you know, don't innovate until you practice. Stick to the format. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at on that one. I love the concept. I love liminal fantasy shit. I adore so much of what it wants to do, but I think it needs so much more than this. I really think that this, in order for it to super shine, needs over like 30 rooms. And then it needs to have this vibe of like feeling a bit more random, kind of chaotic, Scooby-Doo style, you know, whatever. Like we go into this corridor, it's over here. Rooms feel bigger than they on the inside than they are on the outside, kind of shit, right? Like, I think that's what this should be going for. But now it isn't really quite hitting that. I think, yeah, think bigger, but at the same time, probably not within the confines of what this jam would be looking for. But yeah, other than that, like everything else feels like it's hitting pretty straight on. We don't really have a map, which is another problem. Man, yeah, unfortunately, the lack of a map would disqualify this concept. Oh god, that's rough. Yeah. If you can't come up with a map for this, it's not going to be able to work because that's part of the prompt. Oh yeah, I think that this is probably better served as a different type of a thing. Yeah. Okay, I am going to probably kick back for a couple hours. I need to get back on and do some more critiques and give some people advice and everything, but your boy's gotta like not be reading and looking at a screen and like talking to a mic here for a second. And it's 2:40 in the morning here. I am going to try to get a little bit of R&R, not exacerbate any more potential headaches. So I think I'm signing off for the night. And I will, let's see here. You're playtesting your dungeon in a few hours. Woo, nervous and excited. Right on. Playtesting it with some of your buddies, I take it? Yeah, killer. All right, to the people who have fallen asleep, here you go. You're all going to lo-fi, girl. All right. Oh yeah. I'll probably be I'll be back on probably, I don't know, maybe. I don't want to make a promise and then not be able to do it. I'm hoping to be back on within the next 24 hours. But yeah, I was exhausted today. If I get some good sleep, I'll probably be on a little bit earlier. But if not, then I will see you crazy cool cats later on. Anyways, have fun. You guys very soon.